everybody, happy Saturday. And after last week when I did this sort of Delta Rune Let's Play sort of playback thing where I had my entire Let's Play of Delta Rune Chapter 2 playing all day, I mean, I was in chat, but I wasn't like live on camera doing live gameplay like I normally do. That's something I'm only going to do, basically, probably just for Delta Rune and nothing else, just because I like to play those games at my own pace and not to worry about my streaming schedule or spoilers. And even as I sat down here, I actually went to grab my controller. And I remembered, oh yeah, there's no controller, I'm playing Commander Keen. Now, where's my Commander Keen button on my stream deck? Here we go. Yeah, so, this thing, I'm more known for my console gaming, particularly my... I didn't notice, I had to set up with the chat here during my full screen. Fortunately, I don't have a lot of chatter normally going on during my whole screen. Now, let's set the timer for... Yeah, let's give another 5 minutes just to get settled in. And let's get started. Okay. So my personal history of this game, I was in a sort of school, it was like a summer computer camp, computer club thing they held during the summer to keep kids busy. Is it doing that thing again? Hold on. It sounds, I can't actually hear, hey Blackwood, by the way. I can't actually hear what I'm not, okay. Hold on, I gotta go into stream. I had this worked out, but in the last second I had to restart my computer. And I didn't realize I was doing this again. Let's see if I can set this for... Does it sound better now? I just had to change some settings. I think back to where I had them before. But if it doesn't fix it, it's just... Oh my gosh. Alright. Hey everybody. Welcome to the Wonders of Live Entertainment. Hold on. That seems okay. Alright, so now I have to go to settings. Hello. Okay, it's picking up this time. No. So now I want to... Device properties. Oh, hey, TurboGrafx. Yeah, I'm having microphone problems, and these are problems that I had fixed. But then, like 10 minutes before I went live, as you know, suddenly something went wrong, and I had to restart the computer unexpectedly, and I was having weird problems I've never had before. And you may or may not be able to hear even 5% of what I'm saying. I'm sure it's on my end because it sounds like this is a problem I've had before with my microphone sounding like I had some kind of robot filter on and making me sound like a robot. Device properties, additional device properties. Others.
If this isn't any better, I'm gonna have to end the stream and come back in maybe, hopefully, 15 or 20 minutes to see if I could fix it. Because I might have to restart Streamlabs. If what I did even worked, I might have to... Oh, it sounds good now. It sounds good now. Alright. Alright, because I was a... Thank you, everybody. I'm glad this happened on one of the times I actually have people in chat to give me feedback. Yeah, I was doing... Fortunately, it's kind of maybe fortunate in the sense that I wasn't doing... I didn't do appear live on camera or on mic last week. It turns out I got this new microphone because my $20 starter mic stopped working, so I just got a new one that was a starter mic anyway. I didn't want to invest in fancy equipment before I knew if I even wanted to continue with this or if I like it or not. And I got this an actual sort of medium, lower mid-range mic instead of like a $20 starter mic. I was going full Emperor's New Clothes with this mic, thinking I was using it since the last couple of weeks, and it turns out I wasn't. It was actually using the mic from my webcam, which doesn't sound that good. And I was like, I was wondering why it didn't sound all that great. So all throughout okay, so real quick, my history with this game, there was a school, there was a summer computer club thing that held at a school in my district during the summer. And Collectible, are you glad to be live again? Well, I'm glad your show went great. Your exhibition. I saw that you got some local news coverage, which is really awesome. I didn't read the article. I bookmarked it to read later, though. Yeah, and so kids were just passing around games on floppy disks on the old, IBM computers we had back then. And so let's go with the now. If you're not familiar with this game, basically in short, this game pretty much revolutionized side-scrolling platformers on home computers. Back when home computers did things for gaming that home consoles either didn't do in general or weren't technically capable of doing. And yet, in many ways, home computers weren't quite as sophisticated as home consoles, whereas nowadays it's kind of the opposite, where home computers are sort of on the forefront of what will be available later on in the next console cycle. But smooth side-scrolling action platforming jumping games really were a rarity, and id basically came up with ways to program side-scrolling action using the second-generation IBM PC compatible tech. So let's check out the story. Commander Keen in Invasion of the Vorticons. Billy Blaze, 8-year-old genius, working diligently in his backyard clubhouse, has created an interstellar starship from old soup cans, rubber cement, and plastic tubing. While his folks are out on the town and the babysitter has fallen asleep, Billy travels into his backyard workshop, dons his brother's football helmet, and transforms into Commander Keen, Defender of Earth. In his ship, the Bean with Bacon Mega Rocket, Keen dispenses galactic justice with an iron hand. Episode 1, Marooned on Mars. In this episode, aliens from the planet Vorticon 4, or is that 6? 5 plus 1, is that, so that's 6, right? I mean, like, I don't know Roman numerals offhand, but I understand the convention of how they work. So, yeah, 5 plus 1, I think that's 6. Okay. Because I know V is 5. Okay. Vorticon 6 found out about the 8-year-old genius and plan his destruction. Hey, thanks for confirming, Collectible. I was pretty confident, but I'd feel better not saying that I believe this is the number it is and this is why, rather than just dedicating to it and just being flat out wrong. Okay. In this episode, aliens from planet Vorticon 6 find out about the 8-year-old genius and plan his destruction. While Keen is out exploring the mountains of Mars, the Vorticons steal vital parts of his ship and take them to distant Martian cities. Can Keen recover all the pieces of his ship and repel the Vorticon invasion? Will he make it back before his parents get home? Stay tuned. And they stay, with this whole stay tuned and everything, they have a sort of a Saturday morning cartoon sort of feel. Yeah, yeah, and this is not, yeah, because not, it's 10 minus 1 pretty much. So it's kind of weird. I believe that's the logic of how it works. Yeah, there are lots of tattoo fails where people try to get tattoos of a date in Roman numerals. They don't understand how Roman numerals work, and it's no, it's not like Arabic numerals at all. But anyway, what the Vorticons have stolen. The Bean with Bacon Mega Rocket was constructed from objects around the house that you have modified into starship parts. Joystick from your brother's video game. Manual flight control. Car battery from your mom's car. Electrical systems power. Vacuum cleaner from the kitchen, heavily modified. Ion propulsion unit with carpet height adjustment. Ion propulsion unit with carpet height adjustment. Everclear from your dad's liquor cabinet. Fuel. Now, when they did a very poorly conceived, they tried to do a modern reboot of Commander Keen as a mobile game, which we won't get into too much, but the only thing they got right is they had this idea that you'd be crafting gadgets for the characters to use using, household objects, and that's, that shows that they wanted to make something faithful, but they probably just weren't allowed to and had to make something instead that they barely even released. But anyway, the Vorticons have taken these pieces to the far reaches of Mars and are guarding them. You must find the members of this Vorticon outpost and wrest the parts back from their wicked clawed hands. Information on Mars. Unbeknownst to NASA, when the Viking... this is the first time I've read this lore in 20-ish years. So, unbeknownst to NASA, when the Viking landers settled on the surface of Mars, it caused a major political upheaval. Viking actually landed on the despotic Martian king. The Yorps, the extremely friendly one-eyed Martians, were freed from enslavement, and the Gargs, the vicious, aggressive Martians, were angry. The Martians created robots for menial work and guard duties. Beware of the tank-like guard robots. They are very good at what they do. Martians have been visiting Earth in UFOs for decades. Why? They come to Earth for one reason. They want our toys. Hula hoops and skateboards are holy objects to them. Who knows? You may find some toys useful. There are signs everywhere. You haven't been able to decipher them yet. The adventure begins. Your task is before you. Go get 'em, Commander Keen. And don't miss episodes 2 and 3 in the Invasion of the Gorokons trilogy. Now, this model was they handed out the first episode for free to be traded around on floppy disks, they wanted you to trade them and copy them for episode 1, which is a full-fledged game. It's not even like a demo of a game. It's a full-fledged, legit game. And then episodes 2 and 3, they wanted you to send them a check or money order in the mail, and then they'd send you to episodes 2 and 3, like, directly from the company, and you weren't supposed to trade those around. Back in the day, I mean, we were just little kids who didn't know any better in a school computer lab, so yes, I was given episodes 2 and 3 illicitly. I have now since bought all 3 episodes on Steam. Those are not the copies I'm using. The copies I'm using, I'm not using the Steam copies of them, but this is a copy that I was using. I briefly got back into this in like 2006. I played it a little tiny bit, and so I have some high scores on there, but I really haven't properly played with this since like 2001. And I only ever beat the first episode myself. So let's go. Okay, so episode 2, the Earth explodes. Keen has assembled his ship and returned home only to find the Vorticon mothership hovering over the Earth and ready to destroy all of Earth's cities and wonders. Keen must sneak aboard to stop the imminent destruction of Earth and find a way to neutralize the mothership. If he fails, the Earth explodes. No pressure. Episode 3, Keen must die. Keen flies to the planet Vorticon 6 to once and for all rid the galaxy of the Vorticon menace. The entire planet is waiting for his arrival with only one order given. Commander Keen must die. What evil being is behind this all? Stay tuned for the climactic, shocking finale. Commander Keen says, "You won't believe what happens in episode 3. Yeah, low-key spoilers there, Keen. Alright. So back to... so story about... Yeah, about... id, which back in the day I always called them ID. I didn't know like it was id, like, you know, the philosophical concept, you know, and I mean their textbooks that say Kant on them, so I was too young to really pick up on that. You're a group of software artists whose goal is to bring commercial quality software to the public at shareware prices. Our effort is only possible with your support. Without it, we cannot continue to make this finest software so affordable. Thank you in advance for your contribution to the future of the growing shareware market. Did you get to enjoy the Peanuts special last Thursday? You know what? I didn't. You know what? I forgot. It turns out I have a digital copy of the Peanuts Thanksgiving, and I just forgot to watch it. But what I watched instead was the '93 tape from the tape my mom or grandmother recorded on Thanksgiving '93. That has all of the that has the first 2 Peanuts movies that played on my local WPIX or Channel 11, what would eventually become the WB. And this is the order screen. As you can see, these were $15 each, adjusted for today's currency rates. That should be about $30 each, roughly. So nearly doubled in price. So you're paying like, at the time, $45. You're paying close to $100 for all 3. Now it's funny. The first game was offered as shareware, but this pricing includes all 3 games, even though the first game's technically free. I guess they did it to make this game sound a little more appealing. Now, order the trilogy for $30, and you get the secret hints and tricks sheet. So you know what? Yeah. So I think they're listing all 3 as $15 and then saying it costs $30 to make it sound like you're getting a deal on the first game, even though if you're looking at the screen, you obviously have the first game. Now, what you often do is actually print out this screen and use it to make the shipping labels to mail the checks in. So you'd get the secret hints and tricks sheet, the secret cheat mode password, the latest version of each game, and several free bonus games, which were probably also other shareware games that you could then mail in to get the full versions of those. Yeah, I'm very sure that this that this address is extremely obsolete. Apogee Software I don't even think exists anymore. This is all now owned under the IP umbrella of Bethesda. Now let's look at previews. I think that shows, okay, ordering info, previews. I forget. Oh yeah, it shows screenshots from the second and third games, because I believe they developed these all at the same time. You have seen a short glimpse of the excitement that awaits you in the rest of the Commander Keen trilogy. The second episode is the Earth Explodes, which contains new features like see-through windows, which is like a really exciting thing. You know, PC games, like in terms of like role-playing games and certain things like that, they were maybe a lot more ambitious than console games of 1990, perhaps, especially specifically on 8-bit. But there are a lot of things that on consoles, home console games, that were kind of taken for granted that really were kind of novel things when they found tricks to employ them on home PC games. Using moving platforms, evade new robots, and make your way to the Tantalus Ray Chamber. Save the Earth before it's too late. In the third episode, an invasion of the Vorticons is Keen must die. In this episode, there is danger lurking around everywhere as you visit Vorticon 6, where you explore the richly detailed Vorticon society, see beautiful parks, dangerous cities, and confusing caves. And all this on your way to the final confrontation with the Grand Intellect. Episode 3 features a big cast, including Vorticon women, Meeps, Foobs, and Vorty ninjas, and you won't believe the new mysterious Ankh power. Yeah, there are only male Vorticons in the first two games. The third one has female ones. Coming soon from id Software. Now, this is going to be an interesting bit of game history right here. So I read this, and this is like pre-internet whatever, so I'm reading this. So coming soon from id Software. As our follow-up to the Commander Keen trilogy, id Software is working on The Fight for Justice, a completely new approach to fantasy gaming. You start not as a weakling with no food. You start as Quake, the strongest, most dangerous person on the continent. You start off with a hammer of thunderbolts, a ring of regeneration, and a transdimensional artifact. Here the fun begins. You fight for justice, a secret organization devoted to vanquishing evil from this land. This is role-playing excitement. And you don't just chunk around the screen. The Fight for Justice contains fully animated scrolling backgrounds. All the people you meet have their own lives, personalities, and objectives. A 256-color VJ version will be available. Smooth scrolling for 256-color screens. Fancy that. And the depth of play will be intense. No more whack, here's some gold. There will be intense puzzles, and decisions won't be yes, no, but complex correlations of people and events. The Fight for Justice will be the finest PC game yet. Billy says id Software is really keen. Clackaboy says, you watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? Did you see it in person when you live in New York? You know what? Whenever we had lots of opportunities, I was never that interested. In the years we almost did, it was extreme. There were particularly cold years, so we just didn't go. So you notice, coming soon from id Software, Fight for Justice. You start as Quake, the strongest, most dangerous person. Yeah, what they're talking about is a project that eventually became Quake. And I didn't know that the game, that, like, by the time I played these games, Quake was already out. My PC couldn't handle it, though. And I did not realize that this Quake was the game they're talking about here. It started as, like, a role-playing game and eventually sort of morphed into a first-person shooter. So, let's see now. New game. Okay, we're only, 24, almost a half hour in. And we're finally going to start the doggone game. Alright, the sound should be balanced good. I'm turning it down on my end, but it shouldn't turn it in on. Now, I'm using my DOSBox X. I'm using my my mechanical keyboard. I played this on an IBM Model M, which is what I got with my my IBM PS2 Value Point. Your ship is missing these parts. Go get them. And now this is the overworld. We're on the surface of Mars. You hit Control. Control is to jump. Alt is to get the pogo stick when we get it. Spoilers. And holding Control, then Alt. No, Alt, then Control fires a shot from his ray gun, which has no shots. Now these guys here, the first enemies you encounter in the game, these cute little guys don't really hurt you. And touching them doesn't hurt you, nor does it hurt them. Now there's a Kant book up there, or Kant. I think it's pronounced Kant. I don't know. But yeah. So for some reason there are stray philosophy books laying around on Mars. And this is our pause screen. We do have we start with 4 lives, 0 charge on the ray gun, no pogo stick, no key cards. So these guys here, they really just get in the way and bump you around. In combination with other characters, they can become quite a hazard. Now, so now we have the ray gun. I don't want to waste any shots, because you do get these kind of sparingly, these ray gun shots. Now, lollipops, pizzas, these all... Wait a second, do I forgot how... Okay. Yeah, when you defeat enemies with the ray gun, well, you're killing them, and their remains actually lay around on screen for the rest of the stage. And yes, that is a rather explicitly. I mean, he's wearing a Green Bay Packers helmet, and there's a can of Pepsi there. Fortunately, they, I guess, had the foresight. Back then, they could have probably even been more blatant with it and not gotten into too much trouble. Nowadays, fortunately, they didn't have to, like, alter or edit anything. So there are these little shrines here as well that can be used to, you'll get little pieces of lore or special items. Here's a Yorp statue. You hear in your mind, "It is too bad that you cannot read the standard galactic alphabet, human." Alright. So that was just a little lore dump right there. Oh, no. So yeah, I don't have the pogo stick yet, and the platforming in this game really does revolve around the pogo stick. And it is a little funny going back, using a keyboard to play a platformer, but it's something I've been used to for these particular games since the 90s. Oh, no, I just adjust it. There we go. No, where we want to go is... There we go. This is what I want. Yeah, so that language there, that's just a coded alphabet for English. And somewhere, so now we can jump higher. Now look at these on the right. Now I forgot this was a thing, but I just remembered. Over here on the right. No. Okay. Now you see these little dots on the right? That's a hint that you could use those as, no, okay. I was very afraid I was going to accidentally walk through the exit there. Because I forgot the exact rules on how the hit boxes for the exits work. Because you cannot re-enter stages in this game, so you want to definitely get this right. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is my first real tension. Oh, you got your Pfizer booster shot? Yeah, I've got an appointment for my Moderna booster pretty soon. So yeah, I mean, it's cartoony, but it's pretty grisly, the guys laying around. Now, in those cute little one-eyed versions of these, now I forgot, all that was for a teddy bear, which just adds for our high score there. But, and so I'm glad the booster went smoothly for you. But they are more significant secrets in this game. Now this one lets us slip by without, now I believe, no, hold on, 1, 2, 3, no, F1, okay, here we go. I forgot how to bring up the help screen. This is the first time I brought the game up to test it a bit, but I haven't helped. You can move Commander Keen with the joystick or keyboard. When you first start Keen, you will be in keyboard mode. Let's look at the game keys now. It does Control Arrow, Control Alt has fire ray gun if it has charges. Spacebar status screen, F1 help, F2 sound on and off, F3 keyboard mode, F4 joystick mood. F5 save game. Escape is to quit. If you use the joystick, no, you don't use the joystick. When you're on the Mars map, you may be blocked by a city, shrine, or other obstacle. I forgot that they were actually called shrines. You must enter the city and finish it before proceeding. You must, when you enter a city, you could get things from running into them. Okay, here's the point totals. Treasures, lollipop, 100 points. Soda, 200 points. Pizza, 500 points. Book, 1,000 points. Teddy bear, 5,000 points. You get an extra keen every 20,000 points. Commander Keen says, get to episode 2 before the Earth explodes. No pressure. End of help. So it's F5. Which position do you want to save? 1 through 9 or escape? Overwrite it? Why? Alright. Now, I believe the save system here does function as infinite continues. It doesn't, like, erase the save if you get a game over. Now, I believe these satellite-looking things, these are the cities that have ship parts in them, as I remember. I could be wrong. Now, these little sea urchin metronome things, those are deadly. They kill you instantly. Like anything that there's some enemies that stun you, but any enemy that deals damage instantly kills you. There's no infinite hit points type mercy, or multiple hit points type mercy. You either now these little guys that look like those stereotypical like Russian dancing people, or I don't know if it's Russian, some Eastern European dancing things, like with the hat and everything. Like that's what that always reminded me of. Now, okay, yeah, a key card. No, like I said, I haven't properly played through these games since maybe 2001. I believe it was 2002 when I finally put the my IBM PS2 value point. PS2, not meaning PlayStation 2, but Personal System 2, meaning the successor to the first generation IBM PC platform. Yeah, I put that in the garage in 2002 and never set it up again. I still have the computer in storage, but I have not booted it up since, like, 2002 at the absolute latest. So I can't say if the power supply is even in good condition, if it's even safe to boot it up. Now, I believe these guys run on... Now, those guys I don't mind zapping because they actually will kill you. And apparently they're enslaving these cute little green guys. If this is a place that has a ship part, it means we'll be... There are only a few Vorticons in the game, and they kind of serve as bosses, or mini-bosses, and the one that has the last... Hey, Sinful! I'm playing Commander Keen. I've been... Oh, I didn't mention this before the stream. This was actually the first game... Actually, technically, it was Episode 2, The Earth Explodes. But Commander Keen Episode 2, this is Episode 1 here, was the first game I used to test my broadcast software back before I actually started streaming. I was just never able to, until really October, get a setup together where I felt satisfied that I was able to do these DOS games justice. So, yeah, I don't know if you were following E3. I don't know if you're familiar with these games, Sinful, but I know a whole lot of people's first exposure whatsoever to this game was a very poorly executed and unimpressive announcement of a revival of this franchise as a gacha mobile puzzle game that made fans angry, and then all the people who never heard of Commander Keen before, their first exposure to it was an unimpressive looking mobile game, and then a bunch of longtime fans like being pissed about it. So a lot of people probably just have a very poor... Oh no! Hey, we got murdered by a Vorticon! Awesome. Yeah, so funny thing about the Vorticons, they are kind of the loose inspiration They are those. Don't think I put a mic on that screen, but yeah, those characters, those are the Lunarians, or sort of creatures from my own sort of fictional universe, and the Vorticons loosely inspired them. The Vorticons do not have tails. They have sharp claws, and they don't have tails, and they have short ears. And Lunarians don't have claws, and they have big floppy ears and very long tails that have giant cutesy worms on them. So they are, and so just very loosely, I like sort of used the idea of just dog people as an idea for an alien design for a school project originally, and I actually sort of created the Lunarians as sort of more humanoid creatures as an accessory to go with Doorworms, who I actually designed first. I actually designed Doorworms originally to sort of be like the very earliest idea was that they were just, I just drew this worm thing, and I think it was for the idea was that they would just be a sort of an old-timey rubber hose cartoon character. And then I had a school project in science class to create a create two creatures and to have them be in a symbiotic relationship. And so I used Doorworms as a basis and created Lunarians to go with them. Now these guys, no! Oh, I forgot. I don't have any weapons. Oh my gosh, I don't have any gun. Oh yeah, the analog pocket. I need. Now actually, I'm going to get past. Let's see if we can. I forgot I had so few. I'm used to in later games. You're much more. They're much more liberal with providing ammunition for your ray gun. So I forgot that that's something I need to look out for. Yeah, I'm very excited about the analog pocket. I have streams planned, but those plans are subject to change based on when the analog pocket arrives, how soon. Actually, it's right after this stream, frankly. I should probably go ahead and see if, and go ahead and make some layouts for, I have a Game Boy Advance layout ready to go that I'm already using with my, I'll be mixing in, frankly, I will probably, once I get the system, I will probably capitalize a bit on the interest in the system, just because I know people are going to be out there wanting to see it demonstrated, and I'm set up to be able to do a console cam on the system itself. So I'm interested in doing maybe some even off-schedule streams that aren't previously announced or aren't part of my typical stream pattern, in order to just to highlight and showcase the system as quickly as possible. Whereas otherwise, because if I have a funny pattern of how I stream each week. Oh no! Okay, I wasted a shot but I did avoid hitting the sea urchin metronome. All right, so we want to get. I don't know why, like, the soda is just so irresistible. You just see collectibles and you just want to get them. Even, I mean, the points do, the points actually, there are no extra lives in the traditional sense, so getting points actually is pretty important to these games. So I will be, maybe transitioning over to Game Boy stuff. I'm in a happy place where there's so many different things I want to stream. I will be doing at least a stream of a lot of. There's a show I would have loved. 2 shows I was really excited to be able to want to be able to share on stream. It turns out that they are actually available on Amazon Prime and are available for Amazon Prime watch parties. So, oh no, I went through there already. Okay. Now this is where those little one-eyed guys are dangerous, because they could bump you into other dangerous enemies. So I will be probably doing a couple of, I've never really done like a Kyle TX500 style variety stream where I'm really frequently, like, rapidly switching through games every hour or half hour. But my first day of Analog Pocket, I may go through that. I might have to slightly, maybe reconsider how I go about, maybe I'll change a bit how I go about the my layout, because my layouts tend to be focused on showcasing the box art or something equivalent, or a poster or promotional image for a game. Like here, like I don't think Commander Keen, I don't think these 3 games ever actually came in a boxed like form. So I think I think this was just from a promotional flyer for it or something like that. And there's just this one image that says Commander Keen. Would I do an unboxing video of my Analog Pocket? You know, probably not actually, because like my main camera that would be good for that kind of thing. Like I'd have to be holding it up to this camera. I don't really have a setup with like a down-facing tripod that's good, would be good for me to use. There are people with much better setups that would be able to do a better unboxing video. And then if I was gonna play the system in the same session, I'd have to like in real time have to set it up and things like that. So I'm probably gonna just do the basic setup for the console, and it's gonna be like when I last did an Analog Mega SG stream. See, there's the Vorticon, and he's protecting the battery there. Now let's check which key cards we have. Okay, so we have the red key card. Yeah, I think they're much better, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Alright. We ran out of shots. And look at him, he's like the most deadly enemy we faced so far, and he looks so happy and goofy, he's just hopping around, jumping in the air. Which, makes you feel real rotten taking him out. Hey, we got our first... ship part. Oh, F5. 1-5, yes. We got our first ship part of the battery, and we did not even, have to, kill that Vorticon. Your ship is missing these parts. Go get them. Yeah, but I have a... Well, actually, let me... Should I? Oh, let me... Okay, hold on, real quick. I'll pull this... hold on a second. I just want to... I'm going to go swap over real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a moment to just get something. Oops, looks like I left my my console cam on. So we'll just turn that off. There we go. I'll be right back. This is not an actual break, by the way. I'm just pausing so you don't have to see me. Go get stuff. Well, I knocked over my water bottle, but it's a water bottle with this little spout and a straw on it, so it did not ruin the stream. But oh come on! I went and tied my headphones in a knot. Yeah, I don't have big fancy gamer headphones. I'm just using like old iPod headphones. But here's a little peek at my some of my handheld cartridge collection. Oh man, that ASMR there for the sound of Game Boy and Game Gear carts colliding. Where's the one of the prides of my? Where is? I know this isn't. Yes, I do have a legit Mother 3, which I'm very proud of. I bought it, but it's for some of my my older Game Boy games. Just a few. We've got Alleyway, which is a Breakout clone by Nintendo. We got Kicks. These are all inverted, I know. Solar Striker, which I never played before. I got this a few years ago from a pawn shop. And Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout. No, it's Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle, actually. Which was given to me by a dear friend of mine. This is their childhood copy, and they weren't playing it anymore. They decided to give it to me, and so I do treasure it, and I look forward to sharing it with them when I go to play it. And I have Sonic 2 in there for some reason. Okay, so back to Commander Keen. Now, so we are. Yeah, I don't. Did they ever fix the analog square? I don't. Excuse me. I mean the Retron square. Yeah. Based on the if this is as good as the analog Mega SG, I do expect it to be a flawless product. And the analog pocket's going to be interesting because it's like its own. It has a dock that lets you stream, you know, and get the HDMI out off of it. But it's also true that there's a, I guess a bit of a. It's like it's a different level of engineering when it has a screen on it and stuff like that. But I expect to enjoy it tremendously. And then there's the whole analog OS initiative they've been talking about. That's not going to be with the analog at launch, but they really... It seems like future analog products, starting with the Pocket, are really intending to be like a high-grade, not like those cheap emulation consoles, but a sort of really high-grade, high-quality sort of living archive of different gaming libraries, which is going to be really cool. Yeah, and it's... heck, I mean, if the analog square wasn't a disappointment, I don't know, remember if... I think by the time pre-orders went out for the square, I think I already pre-ordered the analog pocket. And the thing is, I bought the pocket, I paid for that pre-order so long ago. Oh my goodness. And I have no laser shots, so definitely want to pick that up. I picked up the analog pocket so long ago that frankly it feels like I'm getting the system for free. I mean, a few days ago I had to email them to update my shipping address from my where I was living at the time that I ordered the system. Okay. So what's... Oh boy, I'm gonna have to jump through there. Alright. Please, if you jump on them, it stuns them. But there's... Like, honestly, if one of these guys were up here, I might have to... And by the way, these little metronome sea urchins... The metronome sea urchins are in... Oh no! I could tell the second I left the ground, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna make that one. Let's see if I can... I don't know, like, this level is optional. I think one of the main appeals of this level is to get points and to get more blaster shots, I guess. Now, for my analog pocket, I had the chance to pre-order the Game Gear adapter. You know what? I didn't. Why didn't I do that? You know, that's really kind of silly of me. From far away, the character looks kind of like Bart Simpson. Yeah, fortunately, like, it's supposed to be... You can tell from the artwork kind of what he's supposed to look like. Frankly, the artwork on the promotional image makes the game look like... Makes the IP look even older than it is. Now, there's this one image that just says Commander Keen, and it was used for a lot of... several different releases throughout the series. I'm not even sure whether... for certain whether or not this image was associated with the first release in the series or not. But what I do know is that, like, there was this one image that says Commander Keen on it, but there was no images that say, like, Commander Keen, the Earth explodes, or Commander Keen, Keen must die. So I kind of made those manually for a little sneak peek. There we go. So I had to imitate the font and do the drop shadow on it as best I could to get, you know, the Earth explodes and such, so forth. But when I click on the broadcast software, I forget I have to click back on... Now, once again, I'm using two computers with totally different two screens with different resolution settings. So, because the screen in front of me, I'm running on, like a 4:3 resolution setting, so that I could play that. You know, it's funny. I see now. I got a few ray gun charges last time. When I come back, I lost the life, but I did get to keep. Yeah, they let me keep the ray gun charges, which is interesting. But I do need to... I have to recollect. I have to get the... This is where I choked last time. Okay. Hey, we made it, we made it. Okay, we're officially now further away. No, with the Green Bay Packers... With the helmet that's intended to be a Green Bay Packers helmet, there's a risk they could have gotten in legal trouble. Fortunately, within the game itself, it's, like, just pixelated enough that it's plausible. Oh, wow! Okay. I did not realize that this was another stage that had the, a ship part in it. Now, we have 14 charges. This should be enough. This should be enough to take out the guard. Now, ideally, in a perfect world, right, I'd like to do a bit of a pacifist run, to borrow the Toby Fox terminology, where I don't know if he has a... I think he's programmed not to jump any further than this. Oh, look, I feel so bad doing that. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we are now technically 50% through the game. So now we check. I forgot the first... I remember... see, I'm rediscovering this game, because from my memory, the entire... yeah, as I remember it, it was like that the second half of the... Yeah, I just remember all the stages that had ship parts having the same overworld icon for them. Alright. But we'll move on here. I'll be right back. I just want to get a seat cushion real quick. Oh, you know what? So I had a car seat cushion I sometimes use with my chair, and I was going to use it now, but I forgot where I put it because it's been a few days since I used it. But I remember, oh yeah, I have this Yoshi pillow. So they didn't have a blue or green one available. I don't buy stuff like this that often, actually, but it was the right size pillow for what I specifically wanted for, which was not this, but yeah, this is comfy. I just got to there we go. It's a little springy, but it's nice and comfy. So where is... Oh, so once again I go to look for a controller, and then I remember, oh yeah, there is no controller. I'm did I save yet? Yes, overwrite. Yeah, so we've almost cleared off this entire section of the map. What's this shrine? Now we could go on up. Now I'm glad they just, okay. And we're gonna hop up. There we go. So what? Oh. So yeah, I'm not going to... There's no benefit to going the bottom route. It seems much safer to... Okay. A message echoes in your head. The teleporter in the ice will send you to the dark side of Mars. Press enter. Well, thanks for the advice, creepy statue. Yeah, there's... I mean, if I saw a teleporter on the world map, I was going to use it. So that's, you could argue how, if that was maybe a bit of padding. There's not even any items to collect. Yeah, this isn't... Yeah, I never thought of this as a high-score game, but there is serious motivation to collect these score items. Oh, did I have a lovely Thanksgiving? Oh yeah, it was great. For the first time in a very long time, I live within a vaguely reasonable commuting distance of family, so I was able to have a nice quiet Thanksgiving with some people I hadn't got to see in a while, who care about me very much and who I care about in return. So I had a great Thanksgiving. It was nice, low key, not a big deal, and we had a good time. And that's all I could hope for. And and then me and my friend, it wasn't on Thanksgiving, it was a couple of days before Thanksgiving, actually ended up watching the tape I probably mentioned already today. Oh, I forgot those were deadly. I forgot the hanging seaweed things, the hanging plants. I forgot those were toxic. Alright. I mean, you could argue if, like, maybe that's slightly suboptimal game design, that you have to find the threats by trial and error. I remember going back to Yoshi's story, which actually, where I didn't play far into it. And when I say went back to it, I mean, I might have played it in maybe 2001. And even by 2001, Yoshi's story felt like a game where, like, going back to it felt nostalgic. But, I remember just being astounded by, like, I guess it's, now that I was older, like, some of the enemies didn't register to me as threats, so I was kind of, like, felt scandalized when Yoshi was damaged by them. I'm like, how is that cutesy little flower a danger? Like... Oh, okay. That's one thing. There are lots of... See, look, there are lots of blind leaps of faith in this game. And they do make good use of all the red to give you the sense that you are on the surface of Mars. I thought of... Because I do live within community distance of family, I might be doing... You know what, I'm probably gonna do... Yeah, because the Thanksgiving and the Christmas streams I did last year were, a lot of that was, I was able to do, well, last year, coincidentally, everything was in lockdown anyway, but I lived, like, I lived nowhere near any, family members, so there weren't any really family functions I could attend, or people that might visit, whereas that's not quite the case now, so I want to, so I'm probably gonna do a Boxing Day stream. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do a Boxing Day stream. Now, what I may do a repeat of... Now, maybe on Christmas Eve, I might do a repeat of the stream I did. Because I put together a package of public domain anime movies from South Korea. And I edited them together with commercials from my personal VHS collection of tapes that my mother and grandmother recorded of like Saturday morning cartoons from the... That's garbage. That is garbage. You saw that? That is flat. That is straight garbage. That was not fair. All right. There was some kind of hint. If there was a graphic that had like a skull and crossbones on it, to, like, say, like, ooh, danger ahead, and I ignored it. Like, they could have put a little sign with, like, a skull and crossbones or something to indicate that there might be an enemy inside that tunnel. Yeah. But, yeah, I might do... You know what? I'm gonna do... What'll I do? On Boxing Day, I have... You know, I otherwise might do plans for, might have done, like a Boxing Day or Christmas Eve, Thomas, stream via Amazon Prime. But, I have other plans for Thomas, for doing Thomas stuff on Amazon Prime. So and I don't want to spoil anything, but those will probably be long-term, months from now, at the absolute nearest. However, I think for Christmas Eve, I just thought of this really, that I'm gonna probably do on Christmas Eve evening. I'll do probably do a repeat of my Korean anime movie streams, and it's like so bad it's good type of material where it's like really low budget, stealing character designs and sound effects from like there's points where they use sound effects from Galaga, and it's really ridiculous. And so it's something you can laugh at and enjoy the retro commercials. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I played myself there. Oh man, I am low on lives. I just need to get to the other side. 98. I'm very close to saving. Alright, so at least we have 2 lives again. Because this game is not... However, on the bright side, playing the stage repeatedly has allowed me to collect a lot of ray gun shots. Actually, I want to take the bottom. I want to take the lower path. I feel like the lower path is less risky. And there's no ship parts in this city. I believe what's going on here is that, yeah, you just have to get through here to progress to the next section of the map. Yeah, and then on Boxing Day, on the day after Christmas, I do have other plans for a combination of gameplay stuff and Amazon Watch Party stuff. And they're two animated television series. One is from the 80s, one is from the mid-2000s. And for both, and I'm very thrilled that both of them, at least in the United States, are on Amazon Prime and Watch Party enabled. And it's the cartoons I'm talking about are both IPs that are where the copyrights, like, one of them is I'm sort of shocked as even now those dudes are invincible down there, so don't want to mess with them. But the IP is split several different directions, so it's kind of a miracle. And the original IP holder, I'm kind of shocked, even, like, unless the original deal signed in the 80s sort of gave the studio full control over when it would be published or not, or how it would be released. And I'm kind of shocked that the IP holder would even allow this to be published still, because it's one of those things where it's kind of an embarrassment to the modern depiction of the IP. It has nothing to do with how the IP is depicted or handled nowadays. It's kind of like going back to the old Saturday morning Donkey Kong cartoon that predates, it's a Donkey Kong cartoon from the early 80s about Mario in his, like, Super Mario Brothers art styles. It's basically, imagine a cartoon featuring Mario as he is depicted on the cabinet box art, the cabinet marquee art of Donkey Kong. And it involves Mario's niece is a major character, and the depictions of Mario, how he's characterized, the fact that he has family members, and the depiction of Donkey Kong himself is something that Nintendo would never approve of, and to the point where there's basically zero hope of this Donkey Kong cartoon ever being re-released in any way, shape, or form. And, like, even when you look at stuff like the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, that is, like, at least based on Super Mario Brothers, which is the basis for the modern depiction of Mario. How will I... Can I jump up here and... No. Okay. Don't want to take too many risks here. So because of all of that, it's very I'm very impressed that the show has had any kind of modern re-release whatsoever. Impressed that it's on Amazon Prime, and impressed that it's watch party enabled, because apparently to have watch parties enabled involves the whoever licensed the show to Amazon, like, signing additional rights, because there are lots of things that are available on Amazon Prime Video to watch. Like, if you have Amazon Prime, you could watch it for no additional charge, but it's not enabled for watch parties. And to do a watch party, you can do watch parties with it, but they force each person to purchase a separate digital copy of the show in addition to their Amazon Prime subscription, which is, like, ridiculous to me. It's like, okay, if you're okay with whatever cut you're getting every time someone watches it on Amazon Prime, why would you be upset by multiple people just watching it together onto the streaming service at the same time, who are still paying the same fee? Like, so I don't know why that's a thing, but yes, okay. I think we're in the clear. I think we're near the exit. Okay, no. We are gonna shoot you right in the stalk eyes, which is kind of cruel, but they do kill you, so. Now, I believe these guys run on a kind of just a pre-scripted thing, unless Keen enters their line of sight. Alright. So we'll just... Alright. I want to save. I definitely want to save after... That was a tough stage. Now, if I was not talking, I probably would have been able to do it better, but that's part of the fun and challenge of streaming. And plus, the fact that I'm, conducting the stream, while keeping an eye on my broadcast software, interacting with chat, it makes it so that a game that would otherwise be like a breeze through is a little more challenging. And maybe that makes for a better, maybe better simulates playing it for the first time. Because yes, I have not played this game properly since like maybe 2002, but the teleporter in the ice will take you to the dark side of Mars. Now, I want to... Now, somewhere around here. Now, I don't know what's in here. I forgot what's in here. If this is just... Yeah. Each time the cost of collecting... Yeah, the collect... Yeah, walking over those bridges. Okay, you can walk through those. Oh, it's a... I forgot that there were snow Yorps. That's so cute. You know what Yorps are like? Yorps are like the Shmoo. I never made that connection till now. Oh, man, listen. By the way, I want to scroll this off screen a little bit. Yeah, so when you're playing this on an actual period computer... like, my computer did not have, like, stereo speakers. What my computer had was what they call a PC speaker, or even a Bell speaker. That was just a little speaker inside the console box of the computer. Boxing Day is celebrated or recognized in Great Britain and in the Commonwealth countries. It is celebrated the day after Christmas. And, hold on. You gotta get that stretch in, excuse me. It's celebrated the day after Christmas. And I believe it's based on a tradition where, members of clergy would go around giving boxes of, food and clothes, to the poor on the day after Christmas. I believe that's the origin of the name. However, there's this ironic sense, especially in the United States, where there's maybe not as much of a context for it, is that it's called Boxing Day because it's the day you, I wanted to show that off. That's so cool, right? I'm gonna do that one more time. Woo! You even got the physics going with that. So you want to avoid... Now, that time, I genuinely was not trying to get hit. Yeah, Boxing Day, it's mentioned a couple of times in, like, in Harry Potter, for instance. But, yeah, it's more of a UK and Commonwealth type of thing. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess you could say maybe that, I don't know if that's the intention, but, like, maybe Christmas is about getting stuff. You know, Christmas is supposed to be about giving too, but to loved ones, and then maybe Boxing Day is about being charitable to, just to strangers, maybe. Maybe that's the idea. You could look up online and get a much better, better informed. Okay, I forgot. Alright, yeah. I was trying to see if I can get the timing down. Now, they are, ice physics on these, platforms here, which I, don't want to, run afoul of and fall into the icy water, which you can be assured is a, insta-kill. Yeah, so this would... Yeah, there's no volume with the PC speaker on the period computer. Either the sound is on or it's off. So it just sort of would just bounce you around if you get caught in the ice. And if you don't want to play with sound, you just have to turn the sound off entirely. So, but imagine all these beeps and boops coming out of the actual console of the computer itself, which is... You're a little pain in the butt. Don't bother me. But they are also invincible. No. Okay. Can I? No, no. Okay. Yeah, so this has been, the guys shoving you, these little robots shoving you around in combination with the ice physics. It's quite the brutal combination. There's no, death hazards to fall into here, quite, so... So, we wanna... Okay, if you, oh gosh. We're gonna need that key card. Alright. We're gonna need that key card, which means we're gonna need to... No! I jumped right into that. That was just me being silly. Yeah, I just flat out jumped right into that. So why don't we... You know, do we really need anything in that town? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that is even a... You know what? Yeah, I don't think that's even... I don't think that's a... We'll whittle down with process of elimination. Now, somewhere around here is one of the crowning achievements of my childhood. Somewhere in the little nook and cranny on this map is a secret area. And I forgot exactly where it's at. And yeah, somewhere I found a secret area. And I remember it was a Saturday morning. I was like, I don't know, now that's the final stage of the game. That has the final ship part, which is the vacuum cleaner, the ion engine with carpet height adjustment. I only have a couple more. Alright, let's try some of these shrines. Oh, this is not... Okay, this looked like a shrine, but it looks like it's a proper actual stage. Now, these stages do have really good design, I would say. Now, there's one particular stage in the third game in the series that is a stage that it's a gauntlet of a stage. It's a really long stage, but I think it's really well designed, really good and challenging, and I would, oh no! Ah. I have no keys left. Let's see what's in here. Maybe I could get some goodies. Oh, this looks like an actual stage too. Now, if I fall... I fall down there... Okay. I just wanna... And woo! Got the key card. I mean, if I... Oh man, if I fell down here and did not get the key card, it would... Would I have to... Would it... I don't know if... Would you have to exit out of the stage? Like, are you doomed if you don't get the key card? Is there no way to get out other than to exit the game? Alright, this looks treacherous, but... Okay, there we go. There we go. Hey, we got another life. And we did seriously need that. No, I don't... Shall I save abuse? I mean, if... A voice buzzes in your mind. There is a hidden city. Look in the dark area of the city to the south. Yeah, I found that at some point. I forgot exactly how, but it was before I had internet. It was pre-internet. I mean, the internet was around. I didn't have it in my house. The city to the south. Alright. So I need to get that key card. Oh! Alright. Alright, fine. Alright. The icicles are not just for decoration. They are an actual hazard. Did I know this? No. But, now we do. Yeah, the main problem... Yeah, I mean, if that was like a metal spike, I would have known, do not go near that. But because it's just an icicle in an ice stage, I'm not going to think it's a deadly spike that instantly kills Keen. I mean, come on, he's wearing a football helmet. A football helmet ought to be able to protect from a icicle that size. Doggone. And that sound when he gets frozen does sound a bit like a riff from the main theme of Dr. Mario. Now this time, we're gonna get the key card from those two tank-like robots. And this time, I'm not gonna goof by jumping directly into his line of fire. And once again, this is the world premiere. I thought, like, when I did the Helios stream, the last Helios stream I did, I genuinely believed I was using my new microphone. It turns out I wasn't. So this stream is me using the new mic for the first time. So if anyone, I know I was having problems at the beginning, and I don't hear myself while I'm streaming, so can't say for sure whether or not I was even. Now. Now, it seems they are attracted to my presence. Wait a second. No, you know what? They want me to go up. They want me to go up and around, I think. I think they want me to go up and around. Or at least going up and around seems less risky. So I'm going to see if I can make it work that way. Alright. And yeah, like, and at the time, like, yeah, this started with, like, the school, like, the sort of summer computer club thing at school. It's not really a club in, like, the student-run club, so it's more of, like, a class run by a teacher that was sort of less, you know, it was, we'd do some educationally kind of stuff, but also, you know, we had plenty of time to play games and stuff. As opposed to, like, during a normal school computer class. But even after that class was over, I mean, throughout that summer, we were playing Commander Keen at school during the computer club thing and at home. And I remember the Saturday that I found the secret area in this game. I went straight across the street to my neighbor and brought him over and showed him, like, hey, check it out, I found the secret area in Commander Keen. And, like, none of us had internet. And then, like, a few years later, when Pokemon was a thing, I was, like, the first one to have internet out of all of us. There's a Vorticon, which means there's a ship part in the city. Which means it's a very good thing I came in here. And it's a very good thing that I have tons of ammo. Now, oh my gosh. No! I was trying to outrun him. I should have... Alright. One, two, yeah. So, alright, so... Continue game. Alright, so they do allow me to continue from where I left off. Now, I mean, if that is cheating, then it would also be cheating to continue from your save file when you get a game over in Super Mario World on Super Nintendo. Because they could have made that save system work so that, yes, you could save and come back to your game later even if you turn off the console. But if you get a game over, the save file erases and you start from the beginning. In Super Mario World, they made a conscious choice. Okay, you can save, and if you get a game over, I think you lose your points, but you can continue from the last world you started at, you saved at, because you only save at the end of like mid-boss dungeon things, and at the end of like world bosses when you beat one of the Koopalings. So if me playing from that save file is cheating, then so is playing Super Mario World after you get a game over. So I'm not considering that cheating. Unlike in Helios, the last stage of beating Helios, where I did use a save state. Like, and it's where I died in a way where I was just careless for a moment and just failed to notice something and just died. Whereas if I was playing on top of my game, I would not have died where I did at the time I did. I mean, you can say that about any death in any video game ever. But it was, like, not something where I clearly didn't have the skill and only beat it because I kept, like, save state abusing. Like in doggone, what's the name of the game? And like in Stinger for NES. So, I will probably, when I go back to that, and was my favorite level in the game. It's my favorite level even years ago when I wasn't even skilled enough to beat it. So I beat it for the first time on stream. And I wanted to go back and, now I have 27 chargers. Wow, I have a lot of ammo. Now they put some of these point collection items in random spots where it doesn't really seem to make much sense. Now if I want to go to the left. Okay. I was right. They wanted me specifically to go around. Now I could have taken the down path. But, no. We've already blown our pacifist run. There's no special ending if you complete the game. Okay, there we go. Now, their remains do stay around on screen. I read, actually a couple of days ago, that one of the creators of the game specifically wanted that to be the case because he wanted kids to see that their actions had consequences that were permanent. Which kind of led to sort of the philosophy we saw in the idea of Quake when they're proposing it to be a role-playing game. Now, I did not know that stage was essential. So I'm glad I did it. Now, F5, 1, Y... Now, yeah, this game, you need a mechanical... This game does not play the same. Now, I was originally playing this on a Model M. I was a little foolish in that I did not realize that the Model M was a unique and desirable keyboard. I eventually just got rid of it. It got thrown out at some point because I had a bunch of keyboards at some point. It's like, oh, I don't need this keyboard anymore. I just got rid of it. So, so let's go into... Yeah, let's check out the shrine now. Yeah, so I'm doing... Now that I'm not going through this in a trial and error manner, I have a much better, better odds of... Actually, there's something in that corner I wanted to check out that I failed to do. I just didn't do that. Okay. Okay, so they... So Commander Keen, like on ice, he doesn't just slide. Unless he hits a solid wall, Commander Keen cannot come to a complete stop on these ice platforms. Oh, man, that's those little guys. They do not deal damage, but the complications they make for platforming and jumping. They really keep you on the edge of your seat. Oh my gosh. I really needed to... Alright, I gotta get back over there. Now I know what I'm actually trying to do there. That was close. Yep, sorry dudes. Yeah, I really was trying to avoid falling in there, but well, now that I don't have that to worry about, the little dancing robot guy, it's not so much of a concern. Thank you for putting that platform there. Now that we have the key card, I might as well. I mean, there's... Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, watch there be like ice water underneath here. All right, I just want to look at some real quick. There we go. And now, no, I don't want to see that. I want to see this. Okay. Okay, so now we just got to get over to where the key card was at. Just slide right on through. Now there's a free item right here. I forgot how much the book is worth. Okay. Is there just... There's gotta be something here, right? I forgot that... I really did forget that later in the game, the shrines become more proper platforming challenges with death hazards. You know what, I guess a shrine doesn't denotate that it's going to be a giveaway level or an easy... Oh, you know what? What's up there, I wonder? Or if that... You know what? I think that's just there structurally for level design purposes to sort of box in the playable area. But a shrine is going to... When you go into a shrine, you know you're going to get some kind of lore or information or tips. You see these words in your head. You will need a ray gun in the end, but not to shoot the Vorticon. You know, as he said that, you know, if I had skipped this stage, I would have got to the end that particular level, and I wouldn't have remembered that. Yeah, I would not have thought about what he. I know what he's talking about. It's a tip for the final boss of the game, such as it were. And you might as well save because we. But I. Let's see. Alright. Now, at this point, Let's go for the shrines before we go for the last stage. Because... yeah, let's do these shrines. Because I really did... there's a lot of lore and stuff that I kind of forgot all about. Because if I just wanted to beat the game, at this point, like, I know exactly where the last level is. I don't remember if there's any particular... I know the gimmick to deal with the final enemy of the game. But, no... I mean, yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, so if you fall down there, you can use the pogo stick to jump up and grab the keycard. If they place that keycard higher, you can fall down there and be unable to complete the stage and have to exit out of the game. When that reminds me of this one track from Yoshi's story for Nintendo 64. That's like it starts with that same sort of sequence of beeps, like and if anyone's familiar with the PlayStation 1 game Heart of Darkness, kind of the spiritual successor follow-up to Another World, that game's character, the main character and premise is strikingly similar to Commander Keen, to the point where when I played Heart of Darkness, I kind of wondered if it was some kind of Commander Keen spiritual successor. Not that I knew that term specifically, but I was like, it's like if... like, it's to the point where Heart of Darkness felt like a sequel to this without being a sequel. It felt like they made a rip-off character of... I mean, I say that in a loving way. Like, it's a character where, like they lost the rights or something to the Commander Keen, so they had to make a similar original character. Sort of like, I don't know. I can't think of any examples offhand, but... oh, no! Shucks. Almost made it over that fire. I was like a few pixels off, but fortunately this is not a deep stage of severe platforming challenges to get to the point where we were at. Now I'm just trying to, just do those precise jumps without going overboard. Oh, no, we're falling. Did I enjoy turkey for my Thanksgiving feast? You know what? I got one. And I got it more for the gravy than for the actual roast. And I got a tofurkey mostly for the gravy more so than the roast. Because, and then I didn't even, like, I could have roasted it, like, before I went out to, the family members I was eating Thanksgiving with, to have. But, like, there's so much stuff that just coincidentally doesn't have meat in it, like mashed potatoes and sweet potatoes, and, our family makes our string beans without ham. We make our greens without ham. So there's all kinds of stuff that's just coincidentally, like, doesn't, like, non-meat anyway. So it's like, I already have there's so many items that even without any of the meat options, I can create, like, 4 or 5 different plates, and I don't eat, I rarely ever go for seconds anyway. So, it's still sitting in my fridge. I'll, roast it and probably make sandwiches. Oh, no, that jump is a butt jump. That is a jump where they probably, like, barely... no, a couple are. None of that were at Thanksgiving today. I know, yeah, and they're not people I even encounter that often, but, like, when we have, like, potlucks and stuff, they usually bring stuff that, is either coincidentally meatless, or they, use some kind of, meatless option for it. And my family, we really weren't, like, we already didn't eat, like pork or ham, and for other meat, we didn't, like, for, like, chicken and beef, we didn't eat, like, it in a heavy way, and, you know, we had fish sometimes. I used to love tilapia, which is kind of funny, because at the time, well, since then, I've heard tilapia being described as kind of a trashy sort of fish that they get because it's, like, really plentiful and, or whatever, but, our family ate and enjoyed it, but, there is a hidden city. Look in the dark area of the city to the south. This is the second hint we've gotten about the secret city. You know, I forgot if it's something... Is this it? No. This is another shrine. You don't even have to attack him. Man, these jumps are so tight. These blocks right here with... the fire gives it its own unique look, but just these blocks themselves remind me a lot of Super Mario Bros. 3. Now, here's a little history on this game. When they... I forgot... I don't know the exact details of it, but... When they... Actually, I might be able to... Okay. Alright. Alright. Actually, yeah, we're gonna... Yeah, when we do our... No, that's Vimeo. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, when we do our break, when I come back from the break in a half hour, or if I beat this game, what I'll do, you know, I really did not plan on beating the game in a single setting. We might end up jumping straight to episode 2, which is a much longer and tougher game. This is... Oh, no! Oh, man. Yeah, there's a bit of history about this game that links in with Nintendo. And it's a bit of history I've heard of, but only fairly recently has any, like, proof of, or any visual evidence of it come to surface. Okay, I better get something very specific for those 3 lives I lost jumping through here. Now... Oh my goodness, it's another challenge. No! Okay, we gotta do the dangerous part again. Doggone. Oh. Ugh. Alright. So we're going to continue from file 1, which we, oh wow, the last, it's kind of funny, the one that's, I guess, the most closely guarded of the ship parts is your father's spirits that you stole from the alcohol cabinet that you're using as fuel. Now, this is said as a kind of a joke, but there have been actual liquid rocket fuels that have launched rockets and payloads into orbit. That the fuel is human, it can be consumed by a human being. You can actually drink it and get drunk off of it. It is extremely strong, like you shouldn't have more than like a half of a shot of one. I personally wouldn't have half of a shot of anything, because I personally don't drink alcohol, but it's really strong, and you could very easily get yourself very sick but there actually do exist alcohol-based fuels. Oh, come on. I just remembered what I think this is, and if this is what I think it might be, this is really dumb. You hear in your mind, Garg! Yeah, thanks for that, that deep lore. That deep, world building there. Stupid statue that just fusses at you. Alright. So let's take a look at what's going on in terms of stages remaining. I think we beat these 2 stages. Yeah, we beat those 2 and just didn't go ahead and... This stage, whatever's in here is optional. This stage is optional. Oh, you know what? It gives you a lot of... It definitely gives you... Even if I don't beat this stage this try around, just the fact that I got all that ammo... Just the fact of getting all that ammo makes it worth coming in here, even just this once. Alright, so it went all the way through and out the other end, so you know it's safe. But, like, in like, Commander Keen's world, right? This is gonna be similar to the Ratchet scrolling rant, where you have, like, the one-way scrolling in, like, the Jungle 2 of Master System version of Sonic. And Commander Keen can see through that tube. So why within his world would he run through a tube where there's a monster inside it and not fire a shot? But I don't want to think too hard about this. This is about an 8-year-old boy who built a spaceship with a vacuum cleaner, a video game joystick, a vacuum cleaner, a bottle of liquor, and a vacuum cleaner. So you can't take this too seriously, right? I mean, it's not... I mean, when you consider that Elon Musk is building a space rocket out of, like, water tower building supplies, you know, that's, you know, I wanted to do a stream, yeah, like, it's gonna be hard, because I'd like to do streams where I restream, rocket launches, but rocket launches are subject to, delay at up to the last second before the actual blast-off. So it's hard to plan around that, and it's possible I could do a stream and it end up being a big bust. I would like to definitely do, if somehow the Artemis 1 launch, the premiere launch of the NASA SLS, the Space Launch System rocket, or America's new moon rocket, basically the successor to the Space Shuttle system. If that stays on schedule, I would like to stream it. I think that's coming in January next year. I know we're getting the James Webb Space Telescope. Oh, what's this? What's this lower area? I'm expecting... Oh! That was garbage. That was hot garbage. Alright? That was not cool. That was not cool. Alright. Alright. I got played hard. Yeah, that'll teach me for getting too comfortable. Alright, at least I earned my life, that extra life back so far. I still, now that one time happened where I got played in the doggone yellow tube thing, now I always want to shoot through there to make sure that there's not an additional villain. Now I want to get that blue key card. Now yeah, that's right, I did not collect. I did not collect the blue key card last time. And I see it down there. Bam! There I gotcha. Okay. Alright, got the blue key card. Got a sip of water. Is there really any reason that they need this much, yeah, this much stuff? Like, why? To think that aliens came to Earth and stole this much Pepsi. Alright. I don't think we're quite gonna beat this game within 23 minutes. Alright, what's over here? Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like they were... Oh, wow, there are 4 doors up there. It seems like they, yeah, about that new COVID variant. Yeah, it's, well, it seems like they locked down that one, the country that first found it in pretty quickly, so, hopefully they're able to, contain it. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. I mean, this is too treacherous not to have something important at the end. Oh my gosh. Oh, great. Now we have, Oh no! Oh man. Now this level... This level's just too... You know what? What I'm tempted to do now, what I want to do... I know the final door is not going to be... So why don't I go through that little gauntlet first? I got pretty far in for my first try. And I've been told by others that the, my microphone picking up the switch mechanisms on my mechanical keyboard actually adds to the feel of the stream. Now, another thing I've done, I might be about to spoil the magic from some of you right here, but I actually have, where is, yeah. Actually, there we go. So yeah, that computer whirring sound you heard in the background, that's actually not my computer. That is a audio file of a old IBM PC of the sort of era when this game would have come out, which was created by Clint from LGR. So thank you, Clint, for putting that out there, deliberately putting that video out there with no commentary, so that people could enjoy the late 80s, early 90s aesthetic. Because the thing about this game could be, it's kind of tricky because it's just beeps and boops. Like a lot of 8-bit games are like that, right? But this game has no real music to it, no real melody-driven music. Just the sound effects of Keen's footsteps, the laser blasts, and a few other things. So, I wanted to find a way that I could give something more to the stream than just dead silence, and also maybe add a bit to the period atmosphere of the game. Because I personally, how I have it set up, I can't actually hear the old PC ambience. But, I know you watching it, are able to hear it. And so I wanted, and that sound is what I would have been hearing while I was playing the game. Because imagine, I'm sitting next to something that's, like, maybe I'm sitting at a desk. I got the keyboard in front of me, and in front of that keyboard is a computer console that's maybe 3 or 4 times the size of the original Microsoft Xbox. And it's just, you hear the fan the whirring in the power supply unit, and the hard drive spinning, and really added a lot to the ambiance, or or what it was like to use one of those machines at the time. Ah. what is this over here? I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what this is about. There's a specific spot I'm sure I have to jump into that'll launch me over. Ugh. Now I wonder what'll happen if I get launched into the fire. I don't know. Well, I'll try it one more time, and then if not, I'll try and see if I can get back over to the other side. No. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to try to make my way back over. Yeah, I don't think I can escape this spot. I'll try no more than 10 times, and then I'll assume that the fire is there to provide me with a means to escape the stage. Making a rotisserie seasoned chicken breast with Swiss cheese wrap. You know, I like wraps. I should make them more often. Yeah, I forgot wraps were a thing. Honestly, like, the last time I used to regularly eat wraps was like, oh, we did it. Please don't kill me. Please. Hey, that was cool. Oh, we did it. I've done what I did as a kid. I've done it again. I've done it. I legitimately forgot this was here. And I forgot how to... I forgot... I honestly don't even remember this being a thing, but I knew somehow I was exploring and I found a secret. Alright. What is this stage? I didn't need to do that. That was really cool. Look at how sad, look how miserable they look when you shoot them. That's the first time I think I've shot one of those in this playthrough. And I feel bad for doing so, because they really are not aggressive creatures. They can't even damage you. They knock you into other hazards and things that can hurt you, but they themselves are not out to get you. They're just a little overly friendly. In fact, I bet they would get... Oh my gosh. That was close. Yeah, but I bet they would get along great with doorworms, actually. But, you know, I was going to get into this, but I got distracted before. Well, first, two thoughts. First about wraps, and then about this. Those Yorps, they kind of remind me of an alien version of the Shmoo. It's like a character, or sort of creatures that first appeared in Little Abner. And the Shmoo is, from what I could tell, one of the earliest kind of it's kind of like the Pikachu of the mid-20th century, where it's like this little cartoon creature that's sort of ubiquitous and has all this merchandise for them. Now, if I no, now there's a ton of goodies all over this bonus stage. Well, it's a bonus stage implies that, like, it's just that there's no threats or hazards, but as you can see here, oh my goodness, what a fall. Now, the other thing I wanted to think about was talking about wraps. I remember, like, my public school cafeteria food, you know, it's a meme unto itself. You know, I remember, there were stories of, well, I mean, I'd seen it myself, of, like, sometimes they would serve fried chicken, and, like, the chicken still had, like, feathers in it. You know, so, like, you know, school cafeteria food, I mean, literal feature films that have been done about the deficiencies in public school cafeteria food. It's really made more for cost efficiency and for speed of preparation rather than nutritional. purposes. A Tundex. Yeah. I mean, it is a bird, but, you know. Yeah, I guess they couldn't afford to pluck all of the feathers out. But anyway, what I'm getting at is they had... Like, I remember in high school, in particular, I guess they started to, I guess... I don't know if it was a deliberate attempt to try to modernize a bit and have more, dietary accommodation options. Maybe it was an early attempt at that, but they would often have a some kind of vegetarian option, and there was a veggie wrap that they had, and it was just like a salad wrap. It wasn't even any like meat substitute in it or anything like novel or weird like that, or anything that would be considered unusual by in general. But for some reason, if you, like, got that from the cafeteria, other kids would make fun of you. Like, and I don't know, it wasn't, like, serious bullying, but they'd give you grief about it. And I was like, what's the big deal? It's just a wrap. Like, I don't even, it's not even like it was a veggie burger or something like that. And yes, the school did have veggie burgers that, like, I was... not, it looked kind of like they scraped out the, like, the inside of a lawnmower and made a patty out of it. So, yeah, I was not particularly interested in that. Yeah, kids will make fun of each other for absolutely anything. And kids can be, like, over-the-top cruel, but then kids could just give each other grief, and, you know, you just gotta shake it off a bit if you can. But, like, I remember in kindergarten. This is kindergarten, right? No, it was, like, kindergarten. No, it was, like, kindergarten. It was in early grade school. Kids used to make fun of me for liking Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Alright? This is, like, in, like grade school. We're little kids, right? And they made fun of me for liking Roger Rabbit, and what I now realize as an adult is that it was probably the case that their parents wouldn't let them watch the movie because it was actually a pretty racist movie. Oh, I mean, a movie that dealt with, like, racial issues and using, like, cartoons versus humans as a race relations allegory. And, like, and I didn't say, I mean... There's that, but what I meant to say was racy movie. There's a whole thing about, like, what, Marvin Acme and Jessica Rabbit playing patty cake, and other things that just sort of went over my head as a little kid. So it's probably more that... Oh yeah, and I got a bunch of grief for being a Nintendo fan. And it's fun, because I remember when, like... It was like in the late GameCube era, like Nintendo provided a bunch of the Nintendo GameCube and Game Boy Advance textbook covers. So it's kind of ironic that these even made it into schools. They're like, yeah, like go ahead and like put ads for products that your teachers would confiscate from you if you actually like brought them into class, unless you had cool teachers. Which I had a lot of cool teachers, but that's another story. But use public. I mean, there's a whole argument that could be made. If was I teased for liking Thomas the Tank Engine? Like when I was in school, like Thomas the Tank Engine it skewed older, like it skewed to like maybe 10 and unders, whereas. When I was in elementary school, whereas later on, like even by the time I was in like high school, they really retooled it to be rather strictly, I think, for like 6 and unders. And what they're making now is, I would say, 5 to like toddler age. So Thomas skewed a lot older, so I was in early grade school, and there were kids who liked Power Rangers along with Thomas the Tank Engine. Whereas now I don't think that would be the case. Yeah, so I can't warp back to that area again, I don't think. So hopefully there wasn't anything else secret I was supposed to get there. What else? Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of, like, using... I mean, I love Nintendo. I loved having official Nintendo, you know, textbook covers, which was cool. But, I mean, now that I'm older, thinking a bit more critically, I could argue as to whether or not it was really suitable for corporations to be marketing things to children using school-provided textbook covers. But that's another discussion. But it was cool just have, and I remember like there's a couple of the kids would like give me grief like, oh, Nintendo sucks, and you know, oh, like, and I remember there being rumors like in high school that like, oh yeah, you know, Nintendo is going out of business, or oh, and I remember kids thinking that Metroid Prime was a Halo ripoff. I remember that especially when Metroid Prime came out. I was in high school by then, but thinking that and then another rumor was that like I knew a few kids in high school who were they were excited for GameCube. Then they revealed Wind Waker, and then they didn't want GameCube anymore. And there were a bunch of people who thought, and it's funny because I guess like I'm in a weird age range where I could seem a lot older or a lot younger than I actually am based on what games I mentioned or whatever. So it's like, I remember, like, I didn't play Metroid until I got Super Metroid for Super Nintendo in the, like, about 6 months before Metroid Prime came out because I wanted to start to get familiar with the series before. But I remember, like, getting hint cards that I think they came in, like, Kool-Aid, like, juice boxes or something like that, with, like, and they had tip cards for different Game Boy games. And they had tip cards for Metroid, too, so I knew of Metroid. And I remember seeing, like, magazine coverage for Super Metroid. I didn't really pay much attention because I was a Sega kid at the time. Oh, doggone. Is that really necessary? Is that, you just had to be silly. Now I have this jump I have to be careful about, or else I'll doggone die. Yeah, of course they're one-way blocks. Now, I didn't pay attention to where... Yeah, but well, what I remember was a lot of people, like, some people I knew who, like, and then they were people talking about, like, they wanted Zelda, but when they saw Wind Waker, the people, I remember being shocked when I was able to prove people with spec sheets that the GameCube was more powerful than PlayStation 2, and within, like, very close performance range of the original Xbox, because a lot of people were doing things like comparing, like, Wind Waker to Final Fantasy X, and assuming that because Final Fantasy X was more realistic and Wind Waker was more cartoony, that the GameCube must be, like, radically less powerful than the PlayStation 2. I mean, that became true when you get into, like, the Wii era onward, where Nintendo systems were actually basically a full generation behind competing systems. Yeah, and it's funny, yeah, because, like, I remember the excitement when they first revealed Twilight Princess, showing that game to people who, like, refused to buy game... I know so many people who, like, refused to get GameCube after they saw Wind Waker. And they're like, oh, wow, like, I didn't know GameCube was that powerful. And it's like, and the funny thing is, at the time, so many of those games were multi-platform between GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2, with the GameCube version tending to look sharper, with, you know, slightly better lighting effects and stuff than the PS2 versions of the same titles. But somehow GameCube got a reputation for having bad graphics. And, so I remember showing people, like, No. Okay, so they're unstoppable, but they don't kill you on contact, which is rather quite merciful. Yeah, and so I remember just the general excitement when they first revealed Wind Waker. I mean, when they first revealed Twilight Princess. And now, long term, I hear so much like, oh, Twilight Princess, it's just a... It seems like there are 2 exits for the stage, which is interesting. People saying, like, oh, Twilight Princess, it's just an Ocarina of Time clone, and the human characters look so creepy, which is very true. The human characters do look kind of creepy. Yorpy Mindthought Bellows. You cannot kill the Vorticon commander directly. So that whole so alright, so basically, we got the same, we completed the state, we got right up to the exit, but simply failed to... Now, there's a second exit, which is interesting. I don't... Should I do my break now? Let's see how far we get. Let's see if we can beat this. Let's see if we can beat the game in 3 minutes. I don't know how long the stage is. I'm sure there's got to be key cards, right? And it's the final stage. Now, here I see some indications of hidden jumping points. No. Okay. Now, yeah, I think I was so not planning on... I don't know why. I did not think I'd be beating this game today. But, unless... I don't remember the final game boss being that hard. But, okay. I have a choice between ice and not ice, so I'm gonna go with not ice. Okay, so eventually it leads to this area, which is been rather generous with... What is up here? This is... I remember... Yeah, this Pepsi can spell id. And the thing is, at the time, that was... and just saying that, I was constantly having to defend the GameCube, defend my interest, my support for the GameCube. And, like, I remember bringing the GameCube over to friends' houses, like, and showing them, and playing, like... I was legit like a Nintendo commercial. I had a carrying case. I'd bring my GameCube with me everywhere. And, I know Pete Doors told this story on stream, so, if he didn't tell the story on stream, I would refrain from telling it myself, but, yeah, I used to, like, I had a case that, I guess because because I didn't cause trouble, a lot of teachers ignored stuff that didn't cause trouble, but was literally against the rules, but I didn't cause trouble, so they kind of ignored it. And I had a GameCube, I had a case, and I had a GameCube and a bunch of, and like a case, it was a case that carried your wires, 4 controllers, and a few games. And there was a, and it was like a sort of a shoulder bag thing. I got attached to my backpack. And after school, during like, oh please, oh gosh. Okay, we'll just make the break stuff and stuff and the timer. We'll just make that go away for the moment. There we go. So we're just gonna finish this and then we'll do the break. And when I come back, it won't take long to set this up. Yeah, we're gonna do a brief interlude with some YouTube stuff that related to the history of this game. And it's something I've never seen before. It's something I've read about, but there was never any proof of it until someone found a disc with a early version of a prototype of the engine that they eventually used to create Commander Keen, but the idea to make Commander Keen came separately. They originally had a different proposal to they went to Nintendo with like, listen, we've worked out how to get side-scrolling working really good on home PC. Would you like us to port Super Mario Bros. 3 to PC? And they went to Nintendo with this prototype, a non-commercial prototype, and they were like, yeah, You did a great... because it was, like, in a business context, it's not like they just released this... Okay. Okay, I mean, it's not like they just released this willy-nilly and got Nintendo mad at them. Now, we're going to crush this guy, sadly. And that's the only way to get through that there. And grab the final ship part. Commander Keenan returns to the beam with Bacon Mega Rocket and quickly replaces the missing parts. He must get home before his parents do. Oh, I have to hit... Okay. And yes, the Vorticon mothership is a giant doggo. I like how he flies over the ship like, WTF. Just flies back. Keen makes it home and rushes to beat his parents upstairs. Shh, honey. Let's see if little Billy is asleep. Oh, and by the way, it was official lore for a long time that this character, Billy Blaze, Commander Keen, grows up to be the father of the guy from Doom, and that this character is also the grandson of the character from Wolfenstein 3D. Good night, dear. Oh yeah, I missed there was shenanigans. He brought a Yorp home with him that he's keeping as a pet. But there is no sleep for Commander Keen. The Vorticon mothership looms above, ready to destroy Earth. And he flies right back over to the doggo ship. To be continued. To be continued. You must find your way onto the Vorticon mothership and destroy the horrible Tantalus rays. If you don't, the Earth explodes. Don't miss episode 2. Then on to Vorticon 6, where the whole planet awaits your arrival. And make your way through all the Vorticon cities and military installations, and prepare yourself for the final confrontation with the Grand Intellect. You won't believe the shocking finale. Final episodes are available for Apogee Software Productions. They're only $15 each, or $30 for the whole trilogy. Send your check or money order to Apogee Software Productions, P.O. Box 47639, Garland, Texas 75047, or call 1-800-852-5659. I used to have a thing where I'd call numbers, random numbers, like that I know are obsolete, and see what they are now. And I ended that tradition after, on the my Thanksgiving special, I called the Sega hotline. That's not far from you, eh? Oh, that's interesting. I called the Sega hotline for 32X information. It turned out to be an adult novelty hotline. And then I called one number that turned out to actually have, like, it was an 800 number. So I was expecting an automated system. Like, an actual operator picked it up, like, oh, hello. I was like, oh, I don't want to waste someone's time, especially given that they're working on Thanksgiving Day. Commander Keen says, hope you enjoyed the game. I did. The end for now. The score, 22,000. I believe I said it right. Or 220,000. Congratulations, you got first place. Enter your name. Yes, I'm doing that as tribute to the fact that the Vorticons, who I brutally crushed one over, kind of the loose inspiration for the characters from Commander Keen. I mean, loose inspiration for my original characters. And actually, why don't we go over to... Yeah. No, that's the wrong one. We want to go to...
I'm not losing my city to the delusions of some second-rate king.
No mom ever looks at that beautiful baby laying in her arms and thinks mental illness. Jason did not have a lot of symptoms that we could point to before he received his diagnosis. He had told us about some bizarre things that he thought were taking place in his life.
I thought you make eye contact, and then they instantly connected with me. I mean, there was a time when I wore sunglasses all over the place because I didn't want to make eye contact with anybody.
We had to watch him spiral down to that awful, awful place.
There, you should be able to hear me now.
The last time Jason was hospitalized was about 5 years
you know
ago.
what? I'm going
During
to...
that visit, the doctor mentioned that he might benefit from being on this injectable. It really has controlled his
I was not planning to do
symptoms.
this stream because I did not realize this content even existed for me to
all those years ago. His personality is
feature
there.
on stream. So
it was wonderful. You know, it just walks, and so if it walks, you might as well keep doing it.
I don't know how to even describe when you see the changes begin to happen.
All right.
In your child's life.
Now we need to pause this.
And you see them begin to recover.
This is not about
and
mental.
You know
this is an ad.
You are going to have your child back again.
Okay. Why is it taking forever to bring up the interact? Okay, there we go. All right. So what this is the prototype of. This is the prototype that id Software made of Super Mario Bros. 3. Running on the engine that they instead used for Commander Keen. Now, if I ever did a abrupt shift like that, I would have. Now, this was made for a. This was made for a meeting with Nintendo. That where they were proposing to do a port of Super Mario Bros. 3 to PC. And Nintendo, you know, they actually, from what I heard, were actually not, like, they were actually like, this is a really good prototype, but we're going to decline on this and focus on home console stuff. But, yeah. I was actually originally going to show this off when I came back from break, but it just started playing, and I had everything ready, so why not? Alright. No music, obviously. I wonder how much of the game they made. Now, apparently, only very recently did they... no, after this we'll take the break, because this is just watching a video, so it's not like I'm... Yeah, I'm not, like, challenging my... Yeah, I'm not hurting myself or anything crazy like that. Let's see how long this video is. This is a 6-minute video. Okay, this isn't so long. Yeah, we'll watch the rest of this. Like it? So I guess this is focused, aimed at Nintendo. Yeah, so... Ask if they liked it or not, the prototype. And apparently they did. Now, this prototype was, I guess, thought to be lost. And John Romero actually posted a link to it, or posted a video of this on his Vimeo, and the copy was donated to a museum. I guess it was thought to be lost for a long time. And this is the first time I've ever seen this. Yeah, I don't know Super Mario Bros. 3 like the back of my hand, but I think this is a level they just sort of made to demonstrate how they're able to move some of the physics and mechanics of this original game over to... And actually, while this is going, this is a perfect opportunity for me to get out the second episode of the game. So I could pull out... Let's see. I have to find... where I keep my games. Okay. let's open with DOSBox X. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I missed a little of the stage they created. Oh, so that warped him away. So this stage probably, this demo's probably just stuff from the first world. Now, I think this level is kind of, with some of the, yeah, it looks like they weren't able to quite get down some of the platform stuff that would have been in this level. Yeah, it's interesting seeing this, because I think it's the first time we've seen something where it was a prototype, it was an unsolicited prototype, but it was actually formally presented to Nintendo. Yeah, you know what? They avoid the whole speed thing. They avoid the whole speed thing, because I don't think the game could handle this. This system couldn't handle the sort of speeds that the NES could. I mean, some computers could, but they had to run this. They had to program a game that could run on all kinds of computers and provide a similar experience. So I'm betting this stage is the last stage of the prototype. This is definitely different. Now the reason Nintendo might have given this credence, at least Nintendo of America, when it came, Nintendo's parent company in Japan actually did allow Hudson to release some officially licensed Super Mario Brothers games on their Japanese exclusive home PC. It was called Super Mario Brothers Special, and there might have been a couple of sequels. And it was trying to recreate the Super Mario Brothers experience on NES, but it was an original game instead of a side-scroller, instead of a port. And that game actually demonstrates the weakness in a lot of home PC gaming that this solves, and that this has smooth scrolling, whereas Super Mario Brothers Special, which was released by, I forgot the name of it, but it's a Japanese PC that only was released in Japan. And that game, you played the game one screen at a time, and they had to design the levels around that. So Mario moved across the screen, and when you got to the end, alright, so we're going to go to our break screen. What is this here? Oh no, that's from my capture software. So I will be back in 10 minutes so I'll see those of you who will be on the other side, and for those who won't be, thanks for joining me to this point.
What I was ordered to do. By whom? No, if I told you that, I'd be killed. Talk, if you don't tell us, I'll rip it off. Well, it was Heidegger of Shinra. Heidegger, the head of the peace preservation. The head of peace preservation? Did you say Shinra? What are they up to? Talk. If you don't tell us, I'll smash it. Oh my god. You're serious, aren't you? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm not fooling around here either, you know? Shinra is trying to crush a small rebel group called Avalanche. You want to infiltrate their hideout. And they're really going to crush them. Literally. By breaking the supports holding up the plate above them. Break the supports? You know what's going to happen? The plate will go ping. Everything's gonna go BAM! I heard the hideout's in Sector 7 slums. I'm just glad it's not here in Sector 6. They're going to wipe out Sector 7 slums? Maybe. Will you come with me to Sector 7? Of course, T4. Bye. second. Shut up. No, wait, it'll only take a second. Why do you think scum like me babbled on about the truth? Because I've given up on life? I'm sure I'll win. Woohoo, right. Whoa. Hey, it transported us to the top of Shinra Tower. In the real version, I remember it as them. Yeah. That's what I kind of remember too, but... Disaster Dog. 2-month streak. Thank you. What's up? I appreciate it. President Shinra. How are the preparations going? Smoothly. Very smoothly. I signed the terms to this. President, are we really going to do this? Simply destroy a group with only a few members? What's the problem, Reeve? You want out? No. But as the head of Urban Development Department, I've been involved in the building and running of Midgar, that's why. Reeve, flush your personal problems with the rest of your crap. The mayor's against this anyways. He's like... at us. He's like breaking the fourth wall. Mayor? He just sits in his building all day feeding his face. You still call that a mayor? 2 months, I know. Time does fly, Disaster. Probably smash it, rip it off. Yeah, turn it into... Oh, not sushi. Is this a spoiler-free stream? I kind of know the story of this already. If you're talking about, like, not spoiling me. I kind of know how this game goes. I'm trying not to, like, spoil the game for other people if they watch, but... Yeah, this is such... I think the only difference here, and this is kind of the thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake, right, is that the game's probably old enough that there's probably a lot of people who actually weren't around to play this game. From that point, maybe, like, some people are spoilery. I played this literally, like, a bazillion million years ago. But I know the story, right? Bad guy hit with sword. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir. Oh my god, he walked. Actually, hold on. I think I know who that is. I think that's the spoiler part you're talking about, right? Tired. Why don't you take a couple days off and go somewhere? Perhaps Golden Saucer. Trying to do like a charming thing. Tony Stark ahead of Shinra? Maybe. Oh. We'll destroy Sector 7 and report that Avalanche did it. Then we'll send it to the rescue operation. Care of Shinra. This is perfect. It's like weird writing as well, because like he's like saying it to the camera. They do look like Legos. It's an old game. Oh no, you guys okay? You alright? Yeah. Oh, immediately battle. Before I can even get Tifa up. Do fire. They're just obviously water dudes.
There we go. There we go. Forgot to turn on the mic. Yeah, there's a new means of turning on the mic that I have, where I could press the button on the mic itself. Now, during the break, I think I might have accidentally had on the audio come through of the streamer I had on in another tab that I switched to while I was on break and just making sure the new game was working properly. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to change the... I forgot to... Okay. Gotta make... Okay. That and that need to show up. And then we've got to change... Where's the scroll? Where's my ticker? There we go. Yeah, I don't know why. I did not... I guess I'm having my memories of being a younger kid. Episode 2. I know I changed the title of the stream itself already. 2, 3. Now it's kind of funny that it's titled The Earth Explodes, because unless you lose the game, that doesn't happen. That's one thing, excuse me. It's being very slow in updating. Okay. Hold on. See, I don't know what's going on, because all I want to do is, like, I'm just trying to change the text on the text ticker on the bottom. There's something I used to do midstream all the time, and there's like a absurd delay between me clicking the text I want to change and the actual change happening. And when I try to do troubleshooting online, it gives me tips like, oh, like, is Streamlabs OBS lagging? It would say stuff like, oh, it would give tips on, like, dropped frames and, like, the stream quality, not on, like, the interface being slow. Like, I don't even care. Okay, good. Okay, it's going to be incorrect. But you just need to at least make the box art go away. There we go. Now... Oh, okay. Now it's updated. Oh. Alright, so all I have to do is... I know what I have to... That's the thing. It's making it sound like it's the first time doing it, and I don't know... I know exactly what I have to do. It's just being slow and letting me do it. And this is a brand new computer. This is basically the only software on the computer, because this is all I use this computer for. There we go. And that should take care of it. And yes, I think Eradicator is just the default name that they put in in the title, that they roll the high scoreboards with. All right, so now we're ready to go. So, thanks for putting up with me. Now, story. Billy Blaze, 8-year-old genius, working diligently in his backyard clubhouse. Now, I am still getting a lot of text messages and stuff from family members and calls from Thanksgiving. So I might have to step out here and there briefly, but it shouldn't be for long. Now, Billy Blaze, 8-year-old genius, working diligently in his backyard clubhouse, has created an interstellar starship from old soup cans, rubber cement, and plastic tubing. While his folks are out on the town and the babysitter has fallen asleep, Billy travels into his backyard workshop, dons his brother's football helmet, and transforms into Commander Keen, Defender of Earth. In his ship, the Bean with Bacon Mega Rocket, Keen dispenses galactic justice with an iron hand. In our last episode, Commander Keen foiled the Vorticon plot to strand him on Mars, recovering all of his ship's parts back from the evil Vorticons. It was dangerous, but simply a preamble to the terror that follows in Episode 2, The Earth Explodes. His parents think he's asleep, but there's no time for napping. A Vorticon mothership is poised above Earth, preparing to destroy every major city with their deadly Tantalus ray. Keen must sneak aboard the ship and stop each Tantalus team from their terrible task. If he fails, the Earth explodes. Of course, this will mean he won't have to go home in time for school. The Earth or no school? After much deliberation, Keen decides to save the Earth anyway. Don't miss an action-packed second of this exciting episode in the Commander Keen trilogy. What Keen must do. As Commander Keen, you must reach and destroy each X-14 Tantalus ray, powered by cells from the big purple space amoeba. The Tantalus control rooms are located on various parts of the ship. You start in the ship's galley, and you must find items to help you on your quest. When you blasted your way on board, you found a nearly empty Vorticon hyper pistol, the weapon of the Vorticon Warrior Elite. If you could grab some more of those. You still have the pogo stick from your Mars adventure. Information on the Vorticons. We're getting lore on the Vorticon people themselves. All the Vorticons are controlled by the Grand Intellect, some mysterious being on the planet Vorticon 6. That's of no concern now. You must save the Earth by destroying those Tantalus rays. Lucky for you, one of the Vorticons you dealt with on Mars had a blueprint for the Vorticon mothership. Unfortunately, you can't read Vorticon. The Vorticons have robots just like the Martians, except Vorticon robots are worse. Certain areas of the Vorticon ship seem to be inaccessible. You must find the controls to doors or bridges that will let you continue. So these are just new stage design elements that are unique to this game that weren't in the last one. The adventure continues. Your task is before you. Go get him, Commander Keen. And don't miss Episode 3 in the Invasion of the Vorticons trilogy. Episode 3, Keen Must Die. Keen flies to the planet Vorticon 6 to once and for all rid the galaxy of the Vorticon menace. The entire planet is waiting for his arrival with only one order given. Commander Keen must die. What evil being is behind all this? Stay tuned for the climactic, shocking finale. Commander Keen says you won't believe what happens in Episode 3. Alright. So, we'll go back to... yeah. Now, I'm interested. Previews. Third episode. Okay, they only talk about Commander 3. They talk about Fight for Justice, which eventually became Commander Keen. Now, I've seen other versions of this game where they remove the reference to Fight for Justice. So I don't know if the game was going through development heck at that point, but there's eventually the versions I had did mention Fight for Justice. Eventually there were versions that did not mention this. Now, continue game. There's no game to save that's saved. So we'll get started. Now, I'm trusting all of y'all can still hear the, okay. Oh, no, I have to click that, okay. Alright, y'all should still be able to hear it. I'm just, triple checking on my view that shows me what y'all are seeing in real time. Well, in delayed time, rather. Yeah, that should work fine. So yeah, it says we start off in the galley. And if you look at the ship is, I guess this is supposed to be a cutaway view of the ship. But it is a giant white dog. Kind of like the Great Fox before that was the thing. Where it's kind of like a loosely... So we're going to go into the galley. You see a symbol of a drink and a burger. Now, actually, let's press F1. Let's go and learn a little bit more about the specifics of this game. You can move Commander Keen with the joystick or keyboard. When you first start Keen, you will be in keyboard mode. We know keyboard mode. The controls, save game, quit to DOS. Use the joystick. Okay, that's all technical stuff. Treasures. The new treasures are a candy bar. I actually do have, purely by coincidence, there is, it's slightly out of arm's reach, but I have a organic Hershey bar. Now, I don't think highly of Hershey's chocolate. Once in, like, a couple of times a year, I'll break and get a Hershey bar. I don't eat much candy in general. I try to avoid soft drinks and stuff like that. Try to take care of my teeth. And, but I saw an organic Hershey bar, and it's like, all right, let's see what an organic, because it's not good quality chocolate, but I'm nostalgic for the flavor occasionally. But I did go and get an organic Hershey chocolate bar just to see what that tastes like, if it tastes better or worse than. I mean, if it tastes better, I'm still not gonna. It's probably gonna be the last one I ever buy. I buy like 1 or 2 Hershey bars a year. Candy bar, Vorticola. So I don't. Yeah. So hamburger for 500 points. That's a good looking burger. Cake, chocolate. So even though they seem to have a dog-like physiology, the Vorticons can safely eat chocolate. Stuffed toy Vorticon, 5,000 points. You get an extra, because I do like that. Because in the first Commander Keen, like then the first game, all the items like the lollipops, the Pepsi, the teddy bears were stolen food from Earth. This time, this is all unique Vorticon stuff. Stuff unique to Vorticon culture. Now, we hit escape. And we will now level 1. Now, we have these little red robots. These guys walk along walls. We have these new blue ray guns here. Now, we now have Freeze plus the key. Now, the pistol does not... It looks different now. It's not that red one from before. I don't know. I like the red one. The red one's iconic. Like, whenever you see depictions of Commander Keen, there are not many official depictions of Commander Keen outside of the games themselves. But, okay. Just gonna turn that. Yeah. Turn my personal volume down a bit. Now, somewhere in... There's still stuff. I might go back to... Now, those little zappy antenna things, those... I know... Now, I do like how... And for this stage only, since this is supposed to be a galley, which is on board a ship is where food is eaten. It's like a mess hall sort of thing. Now, yeah, so there's kind of a unique context to there being food all over the place. That doesn't explain why there's going to be food all over elsewhere throughout the stage, but... Now, I do want to... Oh! Now, they are vats of acid, which is... yeah. Now I'm reminiscent of the pools of acid in Deltarune, Chapter 2. But, when... I know I am expecting a call from a family member that I don't talk to all the time, so I'll have to step away for a couple minutes at some point. So excuse me when that time comes, but I will like to learn. Now now the stages all have, they all tell you what they're going to be. Whenever you see one that has that symbol on it, it means it's going to be. This is an engine room. Let's see what we can find. No. Oh, okay. Okay, these guys are even worse than the little dancing robots in the first game, because they can walk on walls and you'll get 2 interactions. Oh, look at that, moving platforms. I mean, that's a cool looking platform, honestly. I mean, that sounds like I'm being facetious. I'm honestly not. Like the little red light that's bouncing around and everything. It looks cool. And woo! Gotcha. I did not know if I'd be able to reach that safely or not. Now, I do enjoy... No, I need a key card to get in there. And I don't have a key card, so we're going to have to do a little more exploring. Now, I only have 5 shots. I mean, I ended the last game with a bunch of shots. Do I want... No, I'm not going to risk it to get that toy Vorticon. Now, the Vorticons appear quite regularly in this game, and they can be defeated with just one shot. So it's not like before where they were pretty much mini-bosses. This time around... yeah. We are going to stay clear of you. Yeah, that's what you call a Class C killer robot. Yeah. Now, a lot of the stages, if I remember correctly, a lot of these stages do have the same kind of look to them because of the fact that they all take place in the same setting. But I believe that based on the type, the class of stage, like if it's an engine room, or the galley, or the laser control room stages, I believe you do get some different design aesthetics. So basically we got nothing out of that except for a bunch of, every time we clear a stage, let's, no, that's not, F5. Now, honestly, this is the first time, I don't use the function keys on top of a keyboard for anything. I mean, on a modern laptop, you know, you get to do things like adjust the volume or the brightness, but in terms of, outside of that concept where certain laptops will let you adjust certain features, there really is nothing I've ever used the function keys for on a traditional keyboard with a normal PC. I mean, I know, like, in the DOS era, I'm sure that, especially more productivity type programs, you know, go to the other back left foot of the ship. I don't trust, okay. I really did expect to be dropped into lava unless I moved to the side, but they were kind of... Oh yeah, I forgot these guys are everywhere. Oh man, I was maybe one pixel away from getting killed by him. But they do not look like they're out to kill you. They're just hopping around like, ooh, goofy, happy times, I'm a good dog. No, that was weird. I could not turn and shoot. Yeah, I was just unable to turn and shoot as I would have liked. Oh, now I have... Oh man, I used all my shots before. That's stinky. Is this level really worth it? I'll go back there when I actually have some laser shots, because there are too many enemies. Let's go into a laser base stage. Oh, laser base. Laser control room. Tantalus ray control room. I'll try to use the official terminology. Now. And jump. Okay. Alright, we're doing okay. Man, those those guys really... They sure do make their presence known with all that noise. Oh, I see. I'm gonna have to use these little red robos. Oh no, it's gonna take forever for me to get to a spot there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for a minute. Please come back. Please come back. Now, I believe the entire stage is like running at once, so even though they went way off screen, yeah, I'm just gonna have to move on ahead. Oh yeah, so here's so here is a light switch. Look at that, you can turn the lights off, which I believe hinders certain enemies. Yeah, so, yeah, that's a little Vorticon kid. They do not... Yeah, they don't, kill you, but they knock you unconscious, which can be very deadly. And, yeah, so this is like a little child that's like Commander Keen is 8, assuming Vorticon's age similarly to humans. That would make this kid probably like, what, like 4? Oh no, he escaped his pin. This could be I might actually have to kill this kid. Alright, just stay out the way, puppy boy. Alright. Oh no! Doggone! I forgot that they had... Yeah, they're guys with lasers. They're Vorticons with lasers in this stage. No, you know what? There's a certain way. Yeah, I see. I see. I see what you're doing. You have to clear that row of sodas. Oh, wait. No. You have to clear the sodas in the right way. So that... No, no, no. There's some... Yeah, there's a certain way you can clear those sodas so that they fall, so that those robots will be able to lift you up and get the... You're being a butt. Come through. Okay, there we go. Alright. And up. There we go. Now, can they not... Will they... I think the... I wonder. Will they not... I think there's some kind of gimmick with the... Those... With the Vorticon with the laser gun at the end. Where he does not... He will not jump. Oh my gosh. He kills me way too fast. Alright. I need more shots. Oh, you know what? I see what I gotta do. You could stand on top of the Coke. That's what they intend for you to do. I know there's some kind of... Like, they're using the sodas as some kind of design element, and that's what they were trying to get me to do. So now I have 9 shots. Well, let me explore around a tiny bit before I go and try to take on the gunslinger over there by the end of the stage. Because you might not have saw the door, but I recognize that there as the end of the stage. Can I? Is there a way I can get up there? Ooh, ooh. Oh man, that was close. That was close. Come on. Doggone. Did I get distracted by this kid and not actually go? Oh, it was a dead end. That's what happened. Please let me out, kid. You know, it's funny because these are clearly supposed to be dog people, but they're described in all the official materials as having blue skin and not blue fur. Oh, doggone, I blew it. I blew it. I could have got some more shots from my pistol. My pistol. I didn't mean to say it like that. And I was thinking earlier we were talking about kids just making fun of each other for stupid stuff. And it's like, yeah, I remember being in elementary school, they made fun of me for liking Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And then they made fun of me for liking... Here's what happened. I had a lunchbox that was in the shape of a steam locomotive, and it was yellow. And a few other kids would consistently make fun of me by calling my yellow steam locomotive lunchbox, they would call it the Magic School Bus. And I was like, what are you trying to make? I didn't get it. I got that, I just wasn't I was too busy telling the story to take extra care, but this time I can remember not to collect the sodas immediately. Now we just go over here, collect the sodas. Please? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, their physics are a little funky. And that's once. Yeah, okay. Do I need to turn off the light? I don't really know. Is turning off the light... This is the last time I'll try it before I'll turn off the light again, see if it changes. Because I'm very certain that there are certain enemies. Okay. I'm just gonna pause right here. Gonna make a save state. No, you know what? No, I won't do a save state. I won't do a save state. So we have to yeah. Oops. There's a picture of Big Ben there. You pull the lever, it says oops. And then it destroys Earth. Okay? Now imagine finding that out the hard way. It's like, okay, the game tells me I have to go to these control rooms and deactivate the lasers that are targeting different points on Earth. So I find a laser control room. There's a controller there that you could help pull the lever on. I pull it, and instead of disarming the laser, it destroys Earth and instantly ends the game. Alright? Like, that's not fair. I mean, it makes for a funny scene, but no. What they actually want you to do is just complete the stage. That's all they want you to do. They actually don't... But I'm like, if you tell me to go to the control rooms and deactivate the lasers, then I'm going to go to the control room and pull the lever. If it was a... I don't know, whatever. Just wanted to share that experience with y'all. Yeah, so we are in our old save file. So this, I don't think there's anything important there, but where we're going to go is over to the laser control room. We'll take on the stage again. We'll do it right this time. We will not destroy Earth. Now, it's interesting. Oh, you know what's cool? I never considered this before. It said that supposedly Keen stole the blueprints for the Vorticon mothership from one of the Vorticons he killed in the first game. And that's why there's like a blue grid here. Because it's supposed to be, I guess, a representation of the blueprints. Oh. This is you know what? This is a different stage. This is not the stage I completed before. Yeah, this is not the stage I thought it would be. And you know what? They're gonna make me have to kill these kids. Oh, look at him. Oh my gosh. Like, his body's still laying around. That's so sad. This purple floating... Oh my goodness. Like, they really make it hard to avoid doing that. Because they are seriously dangerous in that situation. And it looks like they have white bellies, which... oh, well. Oh, no! I played myself there. Well, let's go to the stage. And I am still expecting that call, so I can't say when I may or may not have to hop off stream for a moment. Just for... no more than, like, 5 or 6 minutes, probably. So we know we could beat this stage. I deliberately lost this stage before just so I could show you the game over animation. I'm expecting a couple of different calls. And I just got one of them. So I'm just going to... I have to zip out for a second and I'll be back, I promise. I'm not going away for good. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hey, I'm back. Alright, thanks for waiting on me. I'm expecting another call soon, but not right away, so I could play for another minute more. Yeah, sorry, but, you know, when it's family, you know. Okay, let's get back to the game. And, alright. Oh, I need to click on the window. I have DOSBox X running. Now I have to use that little robot to climb. Now I already goofed and made it so that I was unable to collect that that extra ammo. So I have 5 shots, but I'm probably not even gonna bother using them. I'm probably just gonna go straight for. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go straight for. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight for the exit once I get past the Vorticon guard dude. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I honestly, what I remember being the gimmick with those guys is that they. Oh my gosh. Tried to avoid the thing, but I ended up biting it anyway. Alright. Now this time we won't forget to get our ammo. Yeah, I think if I turn off the light, they will not jump. And we're climbing. Alright, let's grab our food. Now this really does make me hungry for, you know, like Smash Burger. I like their veggie burgers. I don't know if there's a Smash Burger that delivers around here. But, yeah, this is a bit of a... Man, they even black out the text. So what they do is, it's not just like for... It's a universal... Oh my goodness. They don't jump, but I forgot they still shoot. But... Actually, I'm save abusing here. I'm just going to go ahead and open up my last save file. Because I've got a bunch of more lives, and because I'm gonna save once I I'm going to turn down my personal volume a little bit. Oh no, I have to. I forgot to, and of course I waste one of the shots right away. Alright. Alright, I just got a text from a family member that I was expecting, asking if it's okay for me to them to call me, so I just want to text to say they can. So I'm just jumping to my... Alright, we had a good quick talk, and we'll have a longer talk after the stream is over. Boom, I love having the stream. Yeah, in an hour and change. So sorry, I did lose a bit of time on that. But, it was a unique opportunity to talk to someone I don't get to talk to that often. So I just, check, make sure all my settings are still good. And let's see how close we can get to beating this game. I'm interested. See how close I can get. No, okay. Now, I'm going to turn off the light again. Because I think that, if I remember correctly, the whole gimmick with the lights... Oh, they all know all about it. Yeah, I know I have family members that, hop in and watch sometimes. They didn't ask about it, but we talk about things in general. Actually, yeah, they know all about it, so... And they were really, like, my dad actually knows, like, I guess my mom and dad might be the most familiar with what's going on, but I know, like, my grandma was, another family, they've known about it since I started, and they're always asking about it. Okay. Doggone. There's a kid in here. There's a kid in the death ray control room. I made the same dopey mistake. I have to jump completely over. But, at least I'm... No, because you can't... No, I almost collected the soda. I did not want to collect the soda. Now, I don't know if there's Smash Burger or anything like that, but, like, seeing all these burgers makes me want to go get... Because Smash Burger has this really great black bean burger. But I have not actually found a Smash Burger since I moved to my new region. My old region, I knew where there was a Smash Burger and I never went there. The last Smash Burger, I haven't been to Smash Burger since maybe 2017. And, yeah, and it was in Manhattan. The only Smash Burgers I've ever been to were in Manhattan. I know there's one, like, right underneath the, well, not literally underneath, but it's like right across the street from, like, the front door of the Empire State Building that I would go to sometimes. I know I went there once with my dad, actually. And it was a long walk, because we walked all the way from... Not a long walk, but... We walked all the way from, Come on. We were all the way by Rockefeller Center, and you're just like, hey, like... I know where there's... I don't use my... Like, I just knew that... I wanted to go to Smash Burger. I wanted to take him there. And actually, once I took Pete to Smash Burger once. I think I took... No, the last two times I went to Smash Burger, it was specifically to show people Smash Burger who don't... And once it was to take Pete there, and once it was to take my dad there. Oh, yeah, we made it. 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 That was a really... yeah, we... No. Thanks for it. Yeah, we do not activate the death ray. Instead, we go straight to... And we are now... We've made our first milestone towards beating this game. Now it says, do you want to do this? You just say Y. I mean, the design language of computer interfaces at the time was just Y is yes, N is no. Occasionally you get a super formal program that actually made you type out yes or no. So let's see, 1, 2. So we've saved London. Oh, there are... yeah, so... It's funny, because it says you're saving specific targets one at a time. As now, this is a stage that you have to to enter, to go through. So let's try and clear it now. Yeah, I think there are going to be a bunch of ninjas, Vorticons with guns in this stage. Or they'll just be a goofy, unarmed guy hopping around that I'll shoot. And yeah, they really do love to, man, yeah, I'm really... Yeah, I really miss... In fact, I think, now that I'm remembering it, I forgot this, but I had a dream I was in New York, and I was in Bryant Park, and got a waffle from the Belgian waffle stand I used to go to all the time. I mean, there are versions of the stand all over the city, but yeah, I honestly have not had like a legit. I haven't had a crepe. I haven't, like, IHOP crepes are just IHOP crepes. They're nice, but they're their own thing. I don't consider that having a nice, good crepe. I tried to order what was described as a savory crepe, in using on Postmates from some restaurant I never heard of, and it was what I'd call it a crepe only in the absence of any other term whatsoever that would make sense as a thing to call it. But it's definitely not what I was hoping for. It's not like sweet and savory crepes. But then I went to... But when I went back to my old region in September, and I went to the crepe place I used to go to, and it was closed, because that's right when the labor shortage starting to hit hard. So they just closed. They didn't put, it wasn't closed for business, like permanently, like they closed that location. Or shuttered that location. Well, they did shutter it, but it wasn't like that location was discontinued. It's just that they just closed it because there weren't enough people to work there. So that was my chance to go back to my old stomping grounds. And then if I were to go back to you know, the Long Island, New York City, well, Long Island area, I know there's a creperie I used to go to. I don't know if they even survived freaking COVID. You know, the shutdowns and everything. No, I still haven't. And if I go to the city, you know, it's funny. If I go to the city, especially nowadays, right now. No, that was rubbish. He was standing there. And I'm like, okay, he's just gonna stand there, so I'll just go ahead and jump up. And as soon as I jumped up, he got in my way and got zapped. Well, I didn't get zapped. He just touched me and died. I guess the implication is that he clawed me to death? I don't know. But, yeah, the old creperie in my old neighborhood, I don't know if that, survived, COVID or not. So I'll drive up there and see for myself, and if it's still there, I'll, drop in and get one. Yeah. Okay. But I would, you know, I haven't been to, I don't think I've been to a, no, I might have once been to, in 2019, I was the, like December 2018 going into 2019, I think was the first chance I had. If there's a Chinatown or Asian area, you'll definitely find bubble teas. Yeah, but that's what I was getting at. If I was in the New York City area, there'd be bubble tea places I could go to, but I'd probably want like hot cider or hot chocolate or something. Because I know in Bryant Park, if I get to go to New York City within the holiday season, there's a place in Bryant Park. Well, Bryant Park gets turned into a Christmas village. Several major parks in New York City get turned into Christmas villages with shops and food stalls and stuff. And it's like, it's tough. I don't like the cold, but it's fun to endure the cold, to enjoy the outdoor market and all the stalls with selling crepes and giant cookies and hot cider and all kinds of nice food. Yeah. Yeah, they, Vorticons like leaving around a lot of teddy bears for their kiddos. I do feel... Why are there so many, like toddler-age children on board a warship? I don't know. Well, I mean, it happens in Gundam, where there are always little kids. Well, at least in the first in Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam, the original Mobile Suit Gundam series, and in Zeta Gundam, they're both like little kids running around as like the sort of the ship mascots. Yeah, I got scared because I forgot that these guys do get taken out in one hit, unlike the Vorticon mini boss dudes. Okay, so let's hold on. So we're gonna save to position 1. Overwrite it. Yes. Still got a lot of lives. Oh, we have 26 pistol shots. Now, 1. Two, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. Have I been to Flush, New York? They have tons of Chinese like that. You know, it's like, it's funny. I've been to. Yeah, and you can do the. There's no. Aside from that one stage, there's nothing blocking you. 6. So there's 6 stages I have to beat. Okay. Have I been to Flush, New York? They have tons of Chinese stuff there. You know, I went to. Like, I take this. Like, I remember back before they retired the Redbird trains on the 7 line. I used to go out to that area of New York City just to. If you've seen the second of Spider-Man 2, you know, the one where he fights Doc Ock, and the first Spider-Man movie, like those red subway trains that are riding on an elevated line near Aunt May's house, where those trains were some of the oldest trains that were in operation. And they were the last trains in the New York City subway system that were not built from stainless steel. They were built out of they were iron framed cars. So they were actually the last cars to have full paint jobs, and they were kind of famous for that. So I used to go out and spot them there. I'd go look at them and ride them. And I have a few photos of them. None of them really came out that good, because this is back then. I was using a disposable camera. I have one photo that would have been really nice, but there's a doggone smear on it. I guess it was on the lens or something. And they got retired entirely in 2004. So, but yeah, I really, I knew of Flushing, and then there's also, doggone, I thought you were gonna behave. There's another Asian district, you know, at the foot of the Manhattan Bridge on the Manhattan side that I really never really got to explore before I left. I know in the last year or so before I left New York, when I knew it was gonna happen, I went and did a lot of things that because usually, I mean, I go into the 5 boroughs a lot, but I'd often go into my favorite familiar spots out of habit. But, like, I never took the Roosevelt Island tramway, which is, to reference Spider-Man again, that's like the aerial cable car thing that the Green Goblin holds hostage at the end of the movie. I'd always see that going over the 59th Street Bridge, but I never actually rode that. And if you saw the Deltarune playthrough, you actually did see the video I took when I was riding that. And when I got on the other side, I was really late in the day. I had to go back home because I had to take I had to go back to the Penn Station and take a long train ride back to my part of Long Island I was living in at that point. But what I ended up finding was that when I got actually on Roosevelt Island, it felt like a cool little sort of, from what little I could see from the station, it felt like a little cool city within a city. I've always had this sort of fantasy of sort of like little self-contained little cities or towns built on piers or platforms or something like that. And okay, I needed to be a little quicker with my gun there. I shot through the other guy though. And because of that, I was like, oh man, this is like a cool little, this island's like a cool little self-contained city. This is really neat, but I gotta keep moving. So I had to go and hop back on. If I go to, you know, I'd like to visit, and if I visit in the summer, maybe, I don't know. Things are weird right now. Like even now that, you know, vaccines are out there, and, you know, I have my vaccine card and everything, so there's a lot of things that I might not otherwise be able to do that I can do. But, I don't know. I'll have to get a sense once I'm there of what's open. A lot of the stuff I like to do wasn't necessarily museums and things like that. They're just areas, neighborhoods I'd like to go to that are just open to visit. You know, you just go there. It's not like a building or a business I'd necessarily go to. Now, there are particular, like, there's a little pizza shop in Dumbo I used to go to. It's not, the pizza, I liked the pizza, but it wasn't, like, that great. I liked it a lot. I wonder if they survived, because that's just me not paying attention. That was entirely my own fault. I need to focus more. Oh, wait. Okay, that's the way I came in at. Within the... Now, this is not a very long level. Like, if I wasn't careless, or if I had my full and undivided attention to this game, I probably could have beaten this stage by now. But we have an hour. Let's see how close we can get. And if we beat this, well, if we beat this within the time limit, I'll switch over to Helios for a little while, maybe. But even though my Helios streams are definitely not my Helios setup, I don't know how ready that is. I just want to check real quick. I'm just going to switch over to my Helios button is off my stream deck because I was not planning to use it. No, okay. Actually, no, I'm using the same ticker. I'm using, you know what? I made a separate. I adapted the setup I used, the scene that I used for Helios, because often if I'm switching a lot between a particular platform, like my Game Boy Advance stuff, I generally, up until now, I actually only had a single layout, and I just swap it between the games I was playing. But since that one stream that I ended up delaying, that I'm gonna have soonish, I'm gonna have this stream. What is this stream? It's gonna be on. Just gonna pull up my file. Okay. It is gonna be no, it's not October. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be Wednesday the 15th. And by the way, if you notice on my ticker, there are some new commands. One of them is news, and that'll make the next scheduled stream pop up. But that ticker blends into the background so much, I don't think very seldom do people unsolicitedly trigger those commands. Which is, actually, can I forget, you know what? I did not consider that I could shoot those guys, because the equivalent robots to those in the first game were invincible. So I didn't think, oh yeah, I could zap them. Now, once I get over here, I'll be near. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he jumped back over. I'm just waiting for him to randomly jump over here again. Even the deadly dudes look so happy. Like, yay, I have a gun! Zap, zap, zap. Like, he looks so happy. Alright. I just got lucky that one time, and I just failed to jump. Oh! Yeah! No! I tried to shoot as I was jumping and I just wasn't fast enough. Alright. Yeah, there's not a lot you have to do, you just have to go ahead and do it. A rather short stage. And I am... Oh, wait till they're both on the same side. So I can... There's a gun right there, none of them thought to grab it. Why are there hamburgers laying around the floor? Whatever. And we're going to... Oh, no, no. Yeah, we zapped them good. You know, I just noticed all these chocolate cakes, sliced to chocolate cake, have candles on them, which means they're all probably birthday cakes. I wonder whose birthday it is. No. All right, I was just not fast enough. I mean, obviously so, but I mean that I'm not trying to blame it like, oh, I got unlucky, or oh, my finger slipped, or it didn't. Like, there was a moment where I almost died 2 tries ago, where I really felt like I didn't input my command, but I just got lucky and I survived anyway. No, 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 no. No, not happening. Gotta start from the beginning. Now that was me being now I'm getting to the point where I'm being impatient and making dumb mistakes. That's not the point you ever want to get to. Thank you. Oh no. Okay. Alright, got him down. Because he actually can... I don't know, those are more endearing than those other robots. Come on, just trying to lure you over. I just have to be ready to... Yeah, I think he's just jumping at random. By the way, King can't crouch. There was a couple of deaths, I didn't say it out loud, but there were a couple of deaths where I forgot he couldn't crouch, and I took deaths because of that. Alright. Oh no! Oh man, I overshot and I hit the that electric antenna thingy. All right, I'm getting the feel for this. I see what I got to do now. I mean, it was always obvious what I got to do now, but now I see how to do it. You know, if Burger King did not, like, seeing all these burgers really makes me want a burger, and the reason I'm talking about Smash Burger, I would otherwise just go to Burger King and get their veggie burger, but they now have the Impossible Burger, and I think that doesn't taste good. Normies who are looking for a meat, like dieters and people who want it to taste as much like meat as possible, are probably like it a lot more, but for me, it doesn't taste good. It just doesn't. It tastes more like real meat, and I'm not grossed out because it tastes more like real meat. I'm grossed out because it doesn't taste good. No. And, what? White Castle has... Well, they have, like, 2 veggie burgers now. They have, like, an Impossible version of their slider, and they have, like, a regular, like, a non-brand-specific veggie burger. And I tried the Impossible one, and somehow it was even worse than the Burger King Impossible. Like, they even, like, the sauteed, like, the diced, like, the tiny little diced, onions... Not even that could save it. I thought, like, if hey, you're going to Taco Bell, you got the caramel, the diced onions. Maybe that can fix it. No, I don't. Maybe I'll just next time because I remember years ago I tried the regular, but it's weird because, like, the Impossible version of the White Castle burger, they actually offer. Well, they actually prepare it like the regular slider with the diced onions and everything. But then the regular veggie burger, I had that like years ago, like maybe 2016 or 2017. I tried it at White Castle back before I moved. Wow, he's gone. He actually yeeted himself into the plasma pit. So I am no longer concerned by his antics. Unless he somehow respawns, but I don't think this game works on that logic. Now what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to jump on top of the soda without collecting it. Okay. Oh, doggone, I collected it. I don't think I can get that anymore. Okay, no. We do not pull the lever and destroy Paris. But it's funny. The idea is that they're targeting specific, like, landmarks on Earth. But if you pull the lever, the entire planet gets destroyed, so... Oh my gosh. Alright. Okay, this is a butthole jump right here. Because before I jumped over, I crashed into it. And I lost. Here I have to jump out, and that white box there is a solid object. So I have to run and jump at the same time. Oh, we made it. We made it. You're at the new Avengers campus and Disney California Adventure Park a week ago. You had a giant Impossible meatball pasta with marinara sauce. Now, okay. For the type of taste that Impossible, their mock meat has, I could see it working for spaghetti and meatballs, or for like a meatball hero. But for burgers, I don't know. It doesn't. And the thing is, it doesn't gross me out. I just intensely dislike how it tastes. But for meatballs and with pasta sauce. And pasta like that, I could see that working. Okay, we have saved Paris, even though that's kind of irrelevant because if any one of these rays is activated, the entire planet is destroyed anyway, and not just specifically Paris. So we lost a few lives there, but we got a lot of ammo for our ray gun. So we will F5. 1 Y. So let's see. What is this home? Is this going to be like living quarters? What is this? Yeah, That's yeah. So how was that new feature of the park? Yeah. Because I remember when California Adventure was like, when they first announced it, I was kind of like, someone who's never been, I've never been further west than doggone Ohio, but that being said, I was like, wait, why is there a California themed theme park in California? Like Vegas has all those themed like attractions and stuff, but it's like you're in Vegas. You're not actually in the state that actually has those things. So it's kind of odd. And then later on, watching the the sort of the history that that Defunct Land did about and other theme park people was the Spider-Man ride was blah. That's disappointing, because you'd think Spider-Man would be one of the easier IPs within the MCU to adapt into a ride. And it's funny because, like, thematically, you'd almost think like that, if you know the Vegas premise of Attack on Titan, like, yeah, not, but if you know like how like they fight in Attack on Titan, you'd think any like Spider-Man ride, you'd think they'd be able to easily adapt into an Attack on Titan themed ride, just because of the nature of how they maneuver using the sort of using trapeze like devices to move amidst tall buildings in a city setting. It's a ride where you yeah, I heard it was a kind of like that Toy Story ride. I don't know if is there a replacement for that ride, or is it like a, because I'm not like, you could like anything I know about Disney theme parks and stuff, I just sort of learned quasi secondhand through stuff like Defunct Land and other stuff like that, and either TV documentaries over the years about Disney parks. But the thing is, those become outdated so quickly, but they'll rerun the same programs for years, and then but then they kind of got superseded by YouTubers who do. Now I have all four. Now this is fun to do. So satisfying to charge through all those doors. Avengers Campus was built on land that used to be themed around A Bug's Life. Okay. I have never seen A Bug's Life, actually. I went to, like, when I was at Disney World, I went to the Tree of Life thing, which is, like, ironic given that it's not a real tree. But I went there like when I was there, it was when the park first opened. It was like maybe barely a month after it opened, so it was right after that initial rush of the new park opening hype. But the Tree of Life was, I know now, like, whatever's in the Tree of Life in the theater at the base is, like, themed around A Bug's Life, I think, or at least it was last time I heard about it. But when I went, it wasn't even themed yet. It was... Now, I want to see what I can see through these bricks. Now, I have to take a leap of faith. This isn't necessarily fair, but I can only work with what they give me. Okay. Now, for all I knew, they could have been, like, platforms that were hidden and, Now, I don't know what's down that purple... Oh, you know what? I just went right back to where I was at before. So, No, I didn't. Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to get that teddy bear, but I don't care about it that much. And I have 37 minutes. Let's see if we can get through... If we can get through half. I mean, they're promising me. Okay. Okay. There was something else down there, and I don't know what it was, but we've reached the end of the stage. Yeah, there was a promise of something down there. Should I? I have half a mind. Yeah, I have half a mind to restart the stage. Well, You know what? All the more reason to go back to this game later. Because I do want to go back to Commander Keen 1 because I saw some hidden passages and some... So we'll go... I will have a Commander Keen revisit someday. Where we'll go in, not even necessarily trying to beat the game, but trying to see what kind of secrets we could dig up. I don't think there's any crazy... There are some secrets in the overworld of the third stage. Because the next game, spoiler alert, I mean, we already read the teasers for it. The next stage takes place on the Vorticon homeworld. So we're on a planet again, whereas here we're stuck on board a ship. So I guess they couldn't quite... They really didn't decide to focus so much on ways to... on hidden passages within the overworld. But I know in the first and third games, there are a lot of hidden passages. Well, there are at least... Well, Mars has one, and then Vorticon 4 has one as well. Now, it's one... I wonder, are the Vorticons named after their planet? Or is the planet named after the Vorticon species? And then there's also Vorticon, the planet Vorticon 1 through 5, so I don't know. Or maybe it's called Vorticon, Vorticon 6, rather. Yeah, Vorticon 6. So it's Vorticon 1 through 5. I wonder if it's called Vorticon 6 because it's the 6th planet from that system's mother star. Who knows? Oh, they're building a Super Nintendo world here at Universal. Oh, yeah, that's going to be really cool. I'm still more towards the... Yeah, that'll be... If that opens first, that was fun, that stream where we watched all those videos. All those preview videos and those early impressions. Honestly, I think... Oh, wow, Oh, wow. Oh, no, I did not know that there was a... I thought there was one. I didn't know there were like 10. Gee whiz. No, but just like the Mario crepe... The Mario and Luigi, they were like Mario and Luigi crepes and sandwiches and stuff. Like, all that stuff alone. Like, the food was, like, the most fun-looking part. Because, like I said, I love going to the Christmas village that they have in, like, in Central Park. And well, not Central Park, I went to, like, the last year I went, in 17 when I was doing that. Right before I moved away from the New York area. But, or was that when I visited again after I visited for the first time in late 2018, early 2019 after I moved? I forgot. But I love going around those, you know, the Christmas villages and like Bryant Park and in Central Park and checking all the food stands. And as each year, you often find cool vegetarian vendors who serve you cool. I'm gonna get here quickly. Okay, we're doing this. No, okay. I was hoping, I don't know if they load once you fall in there. But yeah, the Mario Kart ride looks cool. Like, I don't know, yeah, I want to go to the Super Nintendo World mostly for the food, which is hilarious. And it's kind of funny how, like, right after, I believe it was right after they announced the theme park partnership with Universal, the Super Nintendo World, it was right after they announced the theme park partnership with Universal. And they did not announce, like, the name yet, but immediately after, they redesigned Nintendo World, and they renamed it to Nintendo New York, and I'm like, okay, that's probably going to be because they're going to name the Nintendo theme park in Universal. They're probably going to name that Nintendo World or something. That's exactly what they did. Oh my goodness, that guy, that little butt shoved me. Maybe I need more... Do I need a different approach? Is there a different... I have more than 32. I mean, we're already... I mean, there are not that many... There's not that much... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna wait till... Oh no, there's a freaking laser dude down there too. Oh, okay. Okay. My strategy was I just have to jump down. Oh, Ziggles. I'm so sorry. I forgot to, did I put... Oh, did I missed the alert. Did I... Hold on. Hey, Ziggles. Alright, I think y'all can hear that, but not me. Alright, we've got to get to the bottom of this. We can't let people follow and not... Now, excuse me if you didn't want all this attention, Ziggles. Desktop alert. You know what? There we go. There. No. No. Monitor. Oh. There we go. That's more like it. Now, for proper... now we'll do... Okay, where's the... There we go. Hey, I think that was too quiet. I think I need to turn it up louder. Okay. Hey, Ziggles. Yeah, I'm sort of a this is my first time streaming the Commander Keen games. I played these back in the 90s, and they don't get a whole lot of play on Twitch, so I just wanted to... Actually, back when I started streaming to pass time during all the COVID lockdowns and stuff. And there we go. If I... No, did I... You know what? I forgot. The DOSBox is really loud. DOSBox is very loud. I'm using DOSBox X. And so my PC, my personal volume is very loud, so I actually might have cranked that volume up way too loud. Yeah, so that little wormy dude, those are kind of my channel mascot, sort of my original species. They're symbiotic critters that like to hitch rides on other beings' tails and make hosts out of them. But they're they only take willing hosts, so they're not like Yerks or anything scary like that. Now I gotta jump right through here. Now, Ziggles, do you have any history with the Commander Keen games, or is or even, I don't know if you played them or if you might have heard of them, or this is, you know, your first time really? Okay, I gotta make this jump. Oh, I made it! I made it! I made it again. Now, all right. Whew. And we got a life back, which is great. Okay. We got a whole bunch of blaster shots, not a whole lot of lives. That did cost us a number of tries, mostly due to bad luck. I mean, that stage, that end gauntlet, that really is a great deal of luck involved in that, if you ask me. So, oh, and I don't want to be too nosy, but you know, I like to ask people, oh, are you a streamer? What do you stream? Or are you just like a viewer? Or, you know, what do you, or, you know, how'd you end up even finding this? Like, you know, I just, not trying to be too nosy or intrusive, or, I guess the thing, I don't like to pressure people. Oh, you played them all when you were a kid. You loved them back then and now? Yeah, that's sort of my, bag. Yeah, it was a summer computer club thing. So there were some educational aspects to it. There was a bit of a formal lesson, but there was also a lot of a time to chill and play. And so I got traded this and some other games on, you know, some copied floppy disks. Now, a lot of the games were actual shareware that were intended to be traded around that way. But I had an IBM PS2 Value Point at home that I was playing this on. I was very proud. Like, pre-internet, I was able to find the dark side. I found, like, all the hidden areas in the first game. And yeah, I found all the hidden areas in the first game without the internet. And I was able to show off to my my friends. That looks like a bad idea. And this is the first time I've played them, properly sat down and played through these since 2002-ish? Because I think 2002 was the point at which I finally packed away my IBM PS2 Value Point and put it in the garage. I still have it in storage, but I haven't plugged it in basically in 20 years. I don't know if the power supply is good, and I'm not super savvy. I couldn't quite get someone like Clint from LGR to come and repair the machine for me and make sure it was safe to even power on. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. They've all bounced their way up here. So I've got to... I see what they're doing. Yeah, not that this... Yeah, I'm a bit on... Yeah, I don't say my age on stream, not because I want to be perceived as younger than I am or anything. It's just sort of a funny thing, because I'm this age where I could make myself seem a lot older or a lot younger than I actually am. Especially when I talk about things like, I remember, growing up with my mom in Queens. I remember the Woolworths we would always go to. The Woolworths on 116th Street in Far Rockaway. And on the side of the building, there was a rotary payphone that my mom would use sometimes. And that makes me sound so much older than I actually am. Now this... Now, that's the first one of these guys. Now, I already beat Marooned on Mars earlier in this very stream. I don't know if you're aware of this. The original prototype from when id Approached Nintendo of America with a prototype for a PC port of Super Mario Bros. 3, that actually has resurfaced and John Romero posted footage of it online. And I've heard of this prototype for years. I did not realize that any elements of it, like that it would ever still exist or be found. So I don't... Now, on one hand, I was sort of looking around to see how many people were streaming or playing this game on Twitch, but on the other hand, I didn't want to see too much of the games because I hadn't played them in like 20-ish years. So I wanted to, okay, take advantage of the fact that I was as close to being completely fresh on them in terms of gameplay, traps, puzzles and stuff. There were a lot of key memorable moments I do remember, but even in the first game, there's a lot of stuff I kind of forgot existed. Okay. Oh, you know what? You know what I think they wanted you to do? I think they wanted you to come up here and turn the light out. Because I believe the PC Gamer Your Whole Life started around 93, started watching retro games a few years, collecting big box PC games since last year. Every now and again, you scouring in the retro category to find games you played. Now, it was a challenge for me because, like, on one hand, should I, like, I was thinking, like, should I, no, I'm gonna go over to my break screen for a second to show this off. When I was in school, I had to create a symbiotic relationship between two made-up creatures that lived on another planet. And what I ended up... Now, this is art that my friend did for me. But I ended up basically saying... Like, I had these little cartoony worms that I would draw. And that's one of what you saw pop up when you followed me. And I was like, well, the Vorticons from Commander Keen are cool, but they don't have tails. And so I was trying to make a thing like, oh, what if, you know, they had these worms that attached to a sort of being similar to Vorticons, that they would be a substitute for the tail. Then I came up with a thing that had creatures that had tails, but then the giant worms would ride on them. Now, so this is sort of my character of this sort of made-up species. And since the worms have... venomous stingers, and then these creatures also have stingers on their tails that are sort of hidden unless they're actually fighting with them. I sort of nerfed them a bit. They don't have sharp claws or anything like that because they already have poisonous stingers. I don't want to make them too powerful because in the sort of fictional world I made, they live in a world where human beings also exist. So I'm like, all right, if they could smell better and hear better, I didn't want them to be too powerful compared to a normal human. So I kind of nerfed them a lot in certain aspects. But they're sort of very loosely inspired by the Vorticons. I started streaming in May 2020 to, yeah, let's see. I think that thing is always running. Oh, yeah, this is, that's my character at Sheffield Park on the Bluebell Railway. This is, I actually went, this was taken from a real photograph. But then I went to the Bluebell Railway and actually took a photograph sitting on this real-life bench. And that's a photograph that's based on a photo of some of the older trains on the Long Island Railroad where I used to live, and that's sort of my character chilling on the train going into the city. Because I'm a former New York City resident, and but I live far off now because it's doggone expensive to live there, and I like having money, however, in whatever small amounts I get scrounged together. Yes, they probably what they wanted you to do was turn on that light and go under there to make it so that they, yeah, you turn on that light, and because when the lights are on, those guys don't jump. They only jump when the lights are on. So they want you to go on top, turn the lights on, then go under and trick them on to jumping up top, and then go under and get the other key card. But I have both key cards. I just don't want to. Okay. This game has been a little brutal with leaps of faith that you have no way to prepare for. Okay. Oh, I don't care about that teddy bear. Doggone. I don't care about the teddy bear. Oh my gosh, I almost died there. No, I don't, like, I stream this under retro, so I didn't, because I think there's a, oh shoot, hold on, I have to be nosy for a second. Okay, I just saw something potentially concerning outside, on the street level, outside of, the window of my apartment building, but it's nothing that concerns me. I, do hope everyone involved is okay. But it could just be like a cat stuck in a tree down the street or something. I just saw some fire engines go by. I just wanted to take a peek, making sure they're not parking in front of my building and starting to shoot water at it. In which case I would have hoped that the fire alarm would have gone off by now. But, can't do it. Okay. So which way do I go? Yeah, I call them, the creatures I made, the worm-like thing, I call them door worms because they do things like open doors for their hosts. Because they basically act as an extra grasping limb. Now, I just want to get a peek in here. Okay, so I want to fall. Now, if I fall down to the right, I can grab that laser gun with little risk, because I know what's going on there. Now, because talking about design vocabulary, right? Because I see a metal thing that looks like a blade or a knife, I want to worry that I can't get down there, but that's meant, I guess, to signify that it's a one-way passage. And if it doesn't, and if it's an actual blade, then that's rubbish, and I don't like it. No, you know what? I don't know if I could fall far enough, quickly enough. Okay, so now we're down here. Yeah, I briefly got tried to revisit this on my iBook back around 2006, 7-ish. But really, you gotta have a mechanical keyboard. I cannot play this game properly without a mechanical keyboard. And I originally played this with an IBM Model M, and okay, the adult Forticons are dead, which is sad given, you know, you don't want to shoot them. But for reasons that I've alluded to, plot-related reasons, why you would not want to kill them if possible. But at least I didn't have to kill the little kids. And if Billy Blaze is like 8, and this kid has to be like 4. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. That was butt. Come on. Like, there was no way I could shoot him out in time. How was I supposed to shoot him out in time? So now I understand a bit of what they're getting at with this. So we turn off that light. It's people who have kind of known me for a while. I'm actually kind of known more for my console gaming history and coverage, particularly about Nintendo. But actually, my first game was the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog, which I played on the Game Gear, and I'm very glad I was able to actually play my own childhood cartridge. No, I played myself. Alright. Turn the light off. So I played my very own childhood cartridge of that with the Analog Mega SG. I did not bother to, I thought that these games might be so obscure that actually playing them in category might not even, like, I feel like if anyone comes in looking for this, right, that you can't even, like, how likely is it that they'll even who's gonna actually be subscribed to that category and look for it? Whereas if I just stream it under retro, people might wander into it. Oh man, I forgot to turn the light back on. I need to turn the light back on so they'll jump back up to that upper level. Yeah, so like, how often do you get to even see, how frequently, like, of all the times you actually look for these games, how often do you actually are able to find them? Because I wasn't even sure how easy these games would be able to find based on the title alone. Oh my, I forgot that was down there. And Rip Earth. Press F for respects. Yeah, okay. File 1. Open Sesame. Yeah, you know, some of my streamers have, some of my viewers have suggested I do the whole VTuber thing and, like, commission, like, a rig of my character and, you know, but it's like, there's some people who have, like, alter ego characters that they VTuber as that, are, like, they aren't them, whereas my character that's in my art is basically just me with big fluffy ears and a tail and a giant worm. So I'm not sure how interesting that would be to watch, or how interested I would be in depicting myself as someone other than myself, but the character is just me, but just not human. Like there's, like, my stories, like, I made these characters for that project, right? And way more console retro game streamers. Like, honestly, I've been streaming. This is my, I have a list up. It's not handy. I think this is my 32nd game that I've streamed. Actually, 33rd, because I played Commander Keen 1 and 2 today. I did not expect to beat 2. Did I already get the... doggone, I forgot to just check if I already got the key. If I did already get the key. Okay. Now I have to not die. I have to go back up there. There we go. Yeah, it's just... there's a few more... Honestly, I have DOS gaming heritage, but nowadays, like, I can't operate DOS casually. Like, I can't go into DOS box and just, oh, command this, command that. Like, all those skills have sort of left me. The first computer I used was an Apple II. I actually do have an Apple II now, but I have an Apple II. The reason I won't get rid of it is because if I get rid of it, I know I'll never have one again in my life. And but I haven't plugged it in and used it since, like, 2010-ish. But the thing is, the Apple II, because of the way the video out, it just uses standard video out, like on a TV. So it's very easy to get a capture of Apple II stuff, actually, compared to, like, a DOS PC. But I would use emulator, like, for my this is a PC game, and I'm running it on a PC. But I'm running it on an emulator. But, like, for all my console games, because I mostly have streamed console games to this point, I've either used original consoles. Well, I haven't used original consoles yet, but I've used versions of the games that reflect their official release history, which means either original cartridges and I was showing off because I was fortunate enough to get the Analog Pocket, so I was showing off some of my Game Boy carts that I'm going to be playing using the Analog Pocket. And, yeah, I'm probably on the, Now, have you ever heard of a game called Helios, Ziggles? Have you ever heard of that game before? It's a kind of a... It has a bit of a following online. But for a long time, my own website... Actually, if I type in... Yeah, I could... Yeah, I have a command for it. I don't have my Stream Deck button open for it. I only got a Stream Deck back in September when I got a new computer and some new gear. But, it's interesting. And for a while, once this game got a bit of a following, a bit of a following after it was featured on a YouTuber's a YouTuber that has a bit of a following, it kind of became this game. It was basically started to get a following and people looking into the mysterious history of this game. I have a stream of it I do have a stream of it, including me playing it, and I used to play that game a ton, but I never beat it, and I only beat it completed the first couple of levels back in the day. But now I'm more skilled, more talented, more patient, and I've actually been going through the game. This game now has a bit of a following due to... I forgot to turn the light back on. A bit of a following because someone did a video about it. And apparently my own website, my own webpage that I linked to there, which I think I put that page up in 2008 or 9. That webpage was basically some of the only proof, the easiest proof that could be found. Because, I mean, there was a point where I myself would type in Helios DOS, and my own webpage was one of the only hits you got that was relevant. And so when this whole creepypasta sort of story started spreading on YouTube about this weird DOS game that was supposedly left by aliens, my webpage was some of the only proof that this game actually wasn't a hoax and actually did exist in the 90s, and that there were people who knew about it. So I had people contacting me like, oh, when did you get this game? How did you find it? Because the game has a fourth wall breaking storyline that is about, you know, like I said in the command text, about it being left on the players, on someone's... Now, one of my recent streams is of this game. I like to stream this game particularly in October as a way to have a sort of creepy or spooky or horror-themed game, but not in the typical sense. Because if you play the game, it is completely sort of... It is just a cryptic maze game where you can control a balloon through indescribable and indecipherable environments in order to solve a code. And if you did not have the backstory of the sort of the text that was included with the game, if you click S on the title screen to bring up the story, you'd have no context that it was a game. And now it's funny, now, if you've ever heard of Vinesauce, that content creator, he actually... Now, are you supposed to lure him down there? Now, I guess that target is aimed at Moscow. Now, I have to make two very treacherous jumps here. Vinesauce was just playing random DOS games, and he found the game out of context, and he was, like, mystified by the opening screen, and his chat started going nuts. It was like, oh my gosh, he's playing Helios, and he's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what is this? And he couldn't figure out what the level select screen was, because it's so cryptic, you don't even know it's a level select screen, because out of context, you think it was some kind of like DRM thing where you had to line up the symbols with a code card or something. And then when you played it, he's like this... He didn't understand that it's a physics-based game where you're controlling a balloon in zero gravity by releasing air. So he thought he was playing it like you're playing like Pac-Man or something, trying to just move in different directions at will. And that's not how the game works. It has momentum to it. And he was kind of harsh in the game because he didn't understand. He's like, oh, I don't like this game, but I'm not sure if he didn't like it, but he appreciated it in some weird way. And what he's actually saying is this game makes no sense. Like, it's just random assets, and it feels like a game created by, like, an artificial intelligence. Doggone. At least I have a strategy for how to deal with that, the guard on the laser. And now I do, conduct my streams in a bit of an overly regimented fashion. I do announce and schedule my streams. I just type in the command there to make my next stream pop up. Now, because, yeah, I'll think this through at the end of the stream. But because I'm already this far, I'm going to. I thought I'd be playing this. Marooned on Mars will be 2 streams. The next game is going to be The Earth Explodes. I'm gonna play through the rest of this because there's no way I could beat the game at this point. But on my about page, I have a schedule for my streams. I stream regularly, but it's in sort of a cyclical manner. Like, I'll read real quick. Week 1, I stream Saturday at 2 Eastern Standard Time. Week 2, I stream Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On week 3, I stream on Wednesday at 4 and Saturday at 2. On week 4, I stream on Saturday again. Then week 5, I take a break, take a week off. So it's like this weird balance where I'm always eager, but I'm eager to stream. And there's so many games I want to cover and comment on. But then I will get... Oh, and if you check out... if you check out... There's a playlist for my mostly unlisted videos of games I've played in the past. Frankly, the only modern new release games I've played since May 2020 are Super Mario 3D World, remake on Switch, or the port of Super Mario 3D World on Switch. I played that on stream. Then I played Metroid Dread, which I only played for like 3 or 4 hours. Even though I played all the classic Metroid games and loved them, I could not play this one. There's a lot of accusations of people saying it's too hard. We're fake Metroid fans who never actually played the older games. I played the older games. That game is really, really tough. I might do a Let's Play format for that, where I play it off stream, where I don't have to focus on interacting with chat. Not that I mind interacting with chat, but that's a deep game, very difficult, very brutal, and they complicated the controls. Oh, you don't have to say what region you're in. But I'm like, I'm Greenwich Mean Time. My time zone is Greenwich Mean Time -5. So I'm 5 hours behind Greenwich Mean Time. Do you know, we're using that as a basis what your time in relation to GMT is? Because I'm like GMT -5. So I'm 5 hours behind the time in Greenwich, England. But, which is the basic, like the universal standard for the time. So that's if you feel uncomfortable even saying that much, I understand, and I don't blame you one bit. Just so I could get a set. Come on, yes, fall down there. Yeah, my weekday streams tend to. My strategy is okay. I have to focus on this. My strategy is at this point, I'm just gonna see if I could do more, maybe arcadey games on the weekdays, because the weekday streams are going to be shorter. Oh, you're GMT +1, so let's see if I can do the math. So it's 6 where I'm at, 6:30. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 12. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow already where you're at, isn't it? Am I right? It's 6. Yeah, it's half past. It's like. So it's like 30 minutes past the new date rollover where you're at, if I'm correct. But I'm not considering any regional time adjustments for like winter time. Like we just went into what we call daylight savings time in the U.S. Okay, I just went into daylight savings time in the U.S. Okay, I made it. Okay, so we at least beat this stage before the end of the stream. So, yeah, so we'll, save there, but, yeah, it's kind of funny, like in the United States, we like to use our 12-hour time, and it's not one of those things like metric, where it's like I'm so frustrated by metric because I love. Is it about? I know you can hold either Alt or Control to move through stages, but let's hear the hint. It might be something I remembered before, and if it's like something to make the game easier, like I could just not do it. So it's I know the spoilers for the. Should next stream Wednesday or Saturday? My next stream, I think this is a week. Hey, Kalakaboy, another one of my longtime regulars. He did a cool exhibition, a cool cultural exhibition, in that he does. He's been doing annually since the late '90s, I believe. So he had to. You could shoot something on the machines. You can't. Oh, you could deactivate the lightning, huh? Because the thing is, I remember back in the 90s, it's like, oh, I'm being told that I need to deactivate these machines, so I walk up to the handle and press it, and I destroy the Earth, and it's like, oops. So I was afraid to mess with the machines after that point. Okay, yeah, that. So this is, what week is this? Is this a week? I mean, I could look on like this is a week 4 stream. So, yeah, but I mean, regardless of what the week schedule is, I know. So the next stream is, well, I might as well, yeah, because I mean that's kind of it makes for a funny moment when Keen accidentally destroys the world, but and you know what? And also, I grew up with the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog, and in my region, Sega Master System was not a very successful system. And so we'll go ahead and move on to my end screen. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, Sega Master System was not a very successful system. And so as a result, the 8-bit version of Sonic didn't have a lot of circulation in the US. And actually, the 8-bit version of Sonic for Master System was the last Master System game released in North America, whereas in Europe, it went on. I know the Master System was much more successful, also in Central and South America. So really, the only Game Gear wasn't that successful in general. It held on for a good while. It had a good library, but I had Game Gear, so I played the 8-bit version on Master System. So when I look up the gamers who played that are familiar with the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog, it tends to be people who played the Master System version who are based out of Europe or out of South or Central America. And the few Commander Keen streamers I've seen, or people when I look up and see if there's an in-date VOD of Commander Keen, it seems like they're usually European streamers. So it's interesting because I think of Commander Keen like id Software is like a US-based company. And so it's interesting, a lot of the PC gamers, retro gamers, at least for Commander Keen specifically is what I've looked for, seem to be based out of Europe, and also the 8-bit Sonic streamers. Like, I know there was one streamer I was watching who did a lot of stuff for, he did a lot of speedruns for 8-bit Sonic games, and he was from the UK. So my next stream is going to be Saturday. Is this even right? Today's no, that's okay. No, it's Saturday, the 11th of December, and it is going to be more Commander Keen. I'm gonna jump into more of The Earth Explodes episode 2 here. If I beat the game before the end of the stream, I'll have Helios ready as a backup game, and then I might take a break from Commander Keen for a while and move on to some other things. Once I beat episode 2 of Commander Keen. Now, I think I might be able to beat episode 2. Now, I only beat episode 1 back in the day. I never beat episode 2. I got up to the end of episode 3, but I could not beat the final boss of the game, whose identity I will not spoil, because the identity of the final boss is kept a mystery throughout the trilogy. So I'm gonna send y'all over to let's see who's still. Hey, Paribus is streaming Final Fantasy VII. So I'm going to send y'all over to him. It's a sort of PG-13, soft R-rated channel. Thanks for joining, Ziggles. So I'll send you over to Harabus, and thank you very much for watching.
We're being attacked. Super train station. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. If it just expands to protect everyone. Maybe. It's start pending on him. And what was the other thing? It was like